Let's convene this hearing. This hearing is now called to order. Let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge our resource persons for today.
Good morning, Your Honor. For today's public hearing, we have the following resource persons. From the Department of Finance, we have Undersecretary Renato Reside, Assistant Secretary Carlo Fermin S. Adriano, and Attorney UV Milnina Asuncion. From the FIRB, we have Attorney Mark Lester L. Aure. From the BIR, we have Assistant Commissioner Rosana P. San Vicente and Attorney Brianna K. De Los Santos. From the NEDA, we have Director Bian Ganapin. From the Special Assistant to the President for Investment and Economic Affairs, we have Ms. Leslie C. Lim. From the Clark Development Corporation, we have Attorney Agnes Devanadera. From the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, we have Attorney Rose Vincent S.C. From the Basis Conversion and Development Authority, we have Attorney Kim Raisa O. Uy. From SPMA, we have Mr. Renato W. Lee III. From PowerPoint Management Corporation, we have Ms. Josefa Catherine T. Bada. From the Bangsamoro Economic Zone Authority, we have Attorney Socarno A. Abbas. From SGVN Company, we have Ms. Margot Advincula. From the Tax Management Association of the Philippines Incorporated, we have Attorney Jacqueline U. Villar and Attorney. From P. Grant Thornton, we have Attorney Olivier
Recording in
D.
progress.
Aznar. From KPMG, we have Ms. Maria Carmela M. Peralta. From the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Philippines Incorporated, we have Mr. Shigeru Shimoda. From Clark Investors and Locators Association, we have Dr. Francisco Villanueva Jr. From ITM Business Process Association of the Philippines, we have Mr. Jack Madrid. From the Philippine Institute of Petroleum, we have Mr. Rafi Kapinpin. From the Confederation of Wearable Exporters of the Philippines, we have Ms. Rosette Carillo. From Dole Philippines Incorporated, we have Mr. Toshikazu Otani and Mr. Takeo Nionoya. That will be all, Your Honor.
Thank you, Comsec. Today, this is the second hearing for 3 resolutions that we heard last year, November 28, 2023. The 3 Senate resolutions are Senate Resolution 567, Senate Resolution 244, Senate Resolution 219. And just for the record, the resolutions more or less have the same titles. Resolution directing the Committee on Ways and Means to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the apparent inconsistency between the provisions of the CREATE law, granting incentives to registered business enterprises vis-a-vis its implementing rules and regulation and other issuance issued in relation thereto. And for this second hearing, we added 2 more bills. One transmitted by the House. This is House Bill number 9794, entitled An Act Amending Sections 27, 28, 57, 112, 292, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 300, 301, 309, 310, 311, and adding a new section 295-A in the Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes. And the short and sweet title of this bill is, or the alias of this bill is Create More. I think everyone knows this bill as Create More. And we also filed a similar version here in the Senate. This is Senate Bill number 2654, which we will be tackling today. And the title is An Act Enhancing Philippine Tax Incentives, amending for purpose sections 112, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 300, 301, 309, 310, and 311 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes, authored by yours truly. And also the same, it's known as Create More. And just as an opening statement, of course, the objective of this hearing is to uh, create an investment climate that will attract foreign direct investment here in our country. And let me just show some slides to the body. Slide 37. There. The Philippines remain a laggard in Southeast Asia in terms of foreign direct investments. And if you compare our FDI debt stock to the likes of Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, we're at the last in terms of debt stock. And if you compare the growth, of course, we only compared similar countries in ASEAN. No? And if you compare to the growth of FDI stock in Southeast Asia, we also is at the bottom. The average growth rate for FDIs in Southeast Asia for the last 12 years is about 11%. The Philippines is about 8.2%. So aside from not getting or aside from being a laggard in terms of attracting FDIs in our country, the growth of FDIs coming into the country is below par compared to our ASEAN countries. So there's so much things to do in order to attract FDIs, and I have to give credit to the president and also the DOF for being the chief what should I call chief roadshow manager or chief roadshow officer of the country. As we all know, the president and the DOF has been going to many countries, talking to many investors, talking to head honchos of the biggest companies in the entire world to attract, to court them and attract them to come to the Philippines. Over the past 2 years, I've noticed and I've seen on news that the president is really very aggressive and personally talking to potential investors to our country. And I think no other person or the best person to be the salesman for the country is no less than the president himself. No, if he can show his face to the investors, that brings in a lot of confidence and shows a lot of confidence to the investors. But hopefully, this data is ending 2022. So hopefully, from 2022 till now, we'll see a much greater improvement in terms of FDI growth and in terms of hard investments coming in. But recently, I also got an email from Pulse Asia, and I just want to show this to the body. And Pulse Asia ran a survey. I'll show it on the slide. So they ran a survey, and the question is, which of the following do you think is the most significant factor that hinders foreign investment in the country? You may choose up to 3. And in that survey, this is only recent, no? March 6 to 10, or recently sent to me, but conducted during March 6 to 10. The number 1 is complicated rules and regulation like red tape, changes in government policies and regulation. I think when I went around to conduct consultative meetings in various IPAs, I went to, of course, Chairperson Agnes de Vanadera's jurisdiction in CDC. She graciously organized a direct consultative meeting with investors there, and I think one of the key messages that I took home is the change in policies and regulations, especially in investment regulation regime. Number 1 is complicated rules and regulation, red tape, and unstable policies and regulation. Number 2, restrictive rules on foreign ownership. We already have laws that will ease up foreign ownership, like the retail trade liberalization law, the new foreign direct investment law, or the Foreign Investment Act of the country. So hopefully that will improve or reduce the restriction on foreign ownership. Number three, the ever notorious corruption. I think this is something that is really tough to address, but it's the number three reason. Number four, inadequate transport infrastructure, meaning logistics. Number five, electricity. Number six, inadequate telecommunications infrastructure. That means the internet and how fast the internet. And lastly, interestingly, the incentive for investors is not enough. No? So in the hierarchy of reasons on why investors are not coming here, the incentive for investors is actually the last. No? The top three is red tape and changes in policy. Number two is rules in foreign ownership. Number three is corruption. No? So I just want to show you to this to the body because we're talking about incentives today. No? And just to refresh everyone's memory, a few years back we enacted CREATE, no? And CREATE was supposed to make incentives more attractive, but yet time-bound and performance-based. And at the same time, lower down CIT to make it at par or at least competitive with our ASEAN neighbors. 25% for regular corporations, 20% for small, medium-sized corporations. So that move was to create a competitive environment in terms of incentives attraction. But obviously, after that law, there were still a lot of room for improvement. And during my four consultative meetings conducted between November till this time, we went to BOI, we talked to BOI, we went to PEZA, we went to CDC, and we talked to some IPAs. There are a lot of issues surrounding the implementation of CREATE, the implementation of some of our VAT policies, implementation of some of our investment procedure or investment granting procedures. So these two bills, or the House Bill 9794 and Senate Bill 2654, known as CREATE More, the intention here is to further enhance CREATE. I'm on the opinion that CREATE More should enhance CREATE, clarify CREATE, and improve CREATE, but not go back to the old regime. No? Because the top complaint of these investors is we keep on changing. No? Bottom line, you already changed once. If you change again, then that's twice the change. No? So our objective, as much as possible, is to enhance CREATE, no? And clarify those provisions that are a cause of issues and a cause of complaints. And that's the objective this time. And we invited, of course, a lot of the practitioners and also companies that are directly affected by CREATE. And we also invited consultants who talk to potential investors coming in. So the objective today is not only to solve problems, but also to hear from you on how to attract investors coming to the Philippines. Admittedly, you talk to them on a regular basis. No? You know their sentiments, you know their gripes, you know their impulso. Alam niyo impulso nila. No? So we want to hear those, and we also want to hear suggestions on how to improve the investment climate of the country. Having said that, at the end of the day, red tape, corruption should be addressed, but that's beyond the jurisdiction of this committee. So I hope that the other enforcement agencies will address that. So to go into the meat of our discussion today, we invited the DOF, the Office of the, anong tawag ng office niyo, Ms. Lim?
Special Assistant po to the President
Special Assistant to the President on Investment
and Economic Affairs.
and Economic Affairs. Yeah. So we invited these two agencies who are primarily tasked to improve the investment climate, attract investors to our country, and guide this committee on how to address those issues surrounding CREATE. But before we go to that, I requested the DOF to present to us a macro, ewan ko kung meron, USEC, no? A macro point of view. In other words, where are we to simplify things? Now, where are we in terms of attracting FDIs? Where are we in terms of giving incentives? And where are we in terms of using those incentives to attract the right investments? Of course, we don't like just attracting investments or else mga pogo pupunta dito. No? But we want to attract the right and quality investments to come to our country. No? Those that create value, those that are innovative, that are employing a lot of our local workforce. So we'll start off with that, and then we'll go into the bill itself. Now, so that everyone will be abreast with the macro setting insofar as incentives and investments are concerned. So Yusek, you'll be okay. We recognize Yusek Reside to give us that overview.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Sen Win and everybody. And thank you to the Senate Ways and Means Committee for inviting all of us. And on behalf of on behalf of Secretary Recto, we'd like to greet everybody, and thank everybody for being very proactive in the deliberation over what kind of improvements we can have over the CREATE bill, And also, before I start, let me just say that the DOF under Secretary Recto is ready to look at, refine, and also make the most of our time here at the Senate, listening to stakeholders of CREATE. So let me start. Okay. So good morning, everybody. We prepared the PowerPoint as Senator Win mentioned to give you an overview of the performance of CREATE. So when CREATE was legislated, part of the aim was not just to stimulate foreign investment. No, part of the aim was really to stimulate all kinds of investment. So not just foreign, but also domestic. And that was the motivation for lowering the corporate income tax rate from 30 to 25 and 20. So the motivation then was beyond FDI. And because part of good tax policy is to try to find ways to make investment less expensive. So we wanted, at the time, the DOF wanted to lower rates and broaden the base, which is a general principle of a tax reform. Okay. So having said that, let me continue. Next slide, please. Okay, so the outline of my presentation is as follows, and I'd like to thank my colleagues at the DOF for helping put together these slides. So I'll start with the Philippine FDI Performance, followed by the CREATE Act Performance, and then finally, a new acronym, I think, Boosting Business More Through CREATE Reforms, leading to CREATE More. Next slide, please. Okay, so on Philippine FDI Performance. So after so you have here 2022 net FDI inflows from FDI, comparing us with ASEAN. No? And I think Senator Win has already touched on this. No? So after the enactment of the CREATE Act in April of 2021, so this was during the pandemic, mind you. The country's net FDI reached its highest point at $12 billion before dipping to $9.2, 23% lower in 2022. According to the 2023 World Investment Report, the global FDI declined by 24% in 2022 due to the war in Ukraine, high food and energy prices, and also debt pressures. So as of April 2024, potential FDI will come from CREATE-approved projects in the next few years amounting to around 413 billion pesos, or around $7.2 billion. Next slide, please. On CREATE Act performance. So, yes. So the amount of approved, so prior to CREATE, the IPAs collectively approved 10,741 projects with a total committed investment capital of 5.85 trillion pesos across various industries and sectors. So the DOF, of course, tracks these projects, I think, through the TIMTA law, which is another law that is related to CREATE. Next, please. So it's important to point out that what the IPAs, or the investment promotion agencies, currently monitor or track is committed investment. So of course, committed would be somewhat different from actual investment, which is another story. I think the BOI, the PESA, they're all here. Of course, they track investment commitments by investors to the Philippines. So, sorry, can you? All right, so I'll move on to this slide. So the CREATE Act enacted game-changing reforms in the country's incentives landscape, leading to increases in investment and jobs. So you can see here in front of you the performance of FIRB and the IPAs under CREATE. As of April 30, 2024, a total of 1,119 projects have been approved by FIRB and various investment promotion agencies under the CREATE Act. These projects represent 1.1 trillion in investment, showcasing investor confidence in our market stability and growth prospects. These are expected to create 137,641 jobs, enriching livelihoods and enhancing the quality of life. So the DOF remains committed to fostering an investment-friendly environment, and that's why we're here. And we aim to attract better and more investments and promote sustainable development. Next, please. All right. So with respect to, as you know, FIRB projects that are forwarded to FIRB for consideration are the ones that are above 1 billion pesos. And among the number of projects that were sent elevated to FIRB from the IPAs are 56 out of 56 elevated projects were acted upon in an average of 12 to 27 working days by the FIRB. And then above the 15 billion approval threshold for FIRB, 1 out of 2 elevated projects were acted upon. So in response to the call to promote ease of doing business, FIRB unanimously approved resolution on February 2, 2024 that increases the investment capital threshold for projects handled by IPAs from 1 billion to 15 billion and below. So this was in the interest of facilitation of investment approvals. And the recent adjustment aims to empower IPAs with greater responsibility and accountability in granting incentives, as well as to align with investment capital threshold for national PPP projects, subject to approval by the NEDA board, which is also pegged at 15 billion. So following the policy shift, the number of applications requiring FIRB's elevated scrutiny has been reduced, with only 2 applications now elevated for FIRB evaluation and approval, thereby expediting the investment process. So prior to this, FIRB acted upon all of the 56 applications endorsed to it by the various IPAs in an average lead time of 12 to 27 days. Okay. All right. And just to remind everybody, the part of the motivation for refining the role of the FIRB under CREATE was really to subject bigger investments to more scrutiny as part of, I think, good practice. No, FIRB is there to act as like an economics lens. No, because when public funds are at stake, the normal economic practice is to subject it to the lens of economics, and that's why the FIRB. One of the more important things that it has several functions that are very important. No, one is to compute and analyze the cost and benefits of large investment projects, because large investment projects also may lead to larger fiscal exposure. So that's one. And then number 2, FIRB also has a mandate to track the investments being transformed from committed investment to actual investment. So if one looks at the website of FIRB, it actually you'll see there a report on disclosed actual investment, no? Which may differ from commitments. Okay, so our country wants actual investments, and we're interested in actual investment, no? From commitment to actual, and FIRB does this. Okay, so it monitors actual realized investment. So it's a very important task, considering the fact that our PSA, okay, has, based on my discussions with them, our PSA in our national income accounts also does not have a very systematic tracking of investment in our national income accounts. No? So potentially there's a role for FIRB to play, okay, in that they monitor the transformation of investment commitments to actual investment. And I think they may be the only agency to do that. Okay, so the FIRB looks at those very important metrics. No? All right, so next slide, please. Okay. All right, so the next slide talks about boosting businesses more through CREATE reforms. And I think this is going to be our rallying cry, I guess, no, in the coming days. No, so boosting businesses more through CREATE reforms means granting more competitive investment packages and improving the ease of doing business in the country. And these can be achieved through the immediate passage of the CREATE More bill. Next, please. Okay, so so this is a slide that shows how some of the CREATE More provisions are improving upon the CREATE Act. No? So to eliminate barriers to Philippine competitiveness, we propose enhancing the current incentive framework by offering a more competitive incentive package. The DOF version of CREATE More, this is obviously the version endorsed by Secretary Recto, proposes to expand the existing tax incentive package to provide for a longer duration for income-based incentives and to allow perpetual availment of non-income-based incentives such as VAT exemption on importation, VAT zero rating on local purchases and duties exemption. So specifically, under the DOF proposal, the income tax holiday is proposed to be extended from 4 to 7 years to 4 to 10 years with an option to avail of the SCIT or enhanced deductions at the onset as reckoned from SEO instead of the ITH. The 5% SCIT will now include exemption on local fees and charges and extended for up to 20 to 30 years. So we support reducing the CIT rate to 20% during the ED regime, along with the additional types of enhanced deductions, but we also propose to extend the duration of the ED period for up to 20 to 30 years. So this is in line with actually my own findings as an academic, since I have also found in my past life as an academic that investments are somewhat also sensitive to tax rates. All right, next. All right. Number 4, perpetual availment of VAT incentives if the following requirements are met. For registered export enterprises, maintain 70% of total annual production as export sales and continue to meet the terms and conditions of registration. And for domestic market enterprises or DMEs, investment capital exceeding 15 billion pesos or annual export sales of at least 100 million. And continues to meet the terms and conditions of their registration. So implicitly, as you can see, part of the motivation of Secretary Recto in filing this bill for Create More is to, there's an implicit recognition that exporters remain the top priority for incentives, which they should. Okay, and also there's also somewhat of a tax preference for big investments. Okay, so big investments mean those that can have the ability to not boost our aggregate demand on the income side. Okay. Next, perpetual availment of duty incentives if the RBE or the registered business enterprise continues to meet the terms and conditions of their registration. And then next, for presidential approval, the DOF proposed to give the registered business enterprise the option to avail of the SCIT or enhanced deduction at the onset as reckoned from the SCO instead of the ITH. The maximum ITH period is extended to 10 years. Okay, next slide. All right, so this slide was added last night just to have a comparison of Create More provisions, some of the major provisions with our neighbors, because this is what we understand that this is what corporations do when deciding, or this is part of the algorithm that corporations use in deciding location of investment. So, so you have here before you is a comparison of the tax incentives packages offered by ASEAN countries and the DOF proposed version of the Create More bill. So with the enactment of Create More, we make our tax incentives package more at par or even more competitive compared to our neighboring countries in ASEAN. Next. Okay, the next improvement of Create More is that it improves the ease of doing business through Create More proposals. So in addition to the expansion of the country's tax incentives regime, the bill also seeks to enhance the ease of doing business in the country. And this is in line with the President's directive to roll out the red carpet to usher in strategic investments in our country and to invest and to foster a more investor-friendly climate. So Create More seeks to implement the following: VAT refund enhancements in addition to the amendments introduced under the Ease of Paying Taxes Law, EOPT law, creation of a dedicated office to be known as the Registered Business Enterprises Taxpayer Service within the BIR to facilitate registered investors' tax filing and payment concerns. And next, grant of special investor visa to foreign nationals who possess highly specialized skills and hold executive positions. So I guess one thing that we're trying to do is enhance the flow of human capital as well, that will make our country more competitive through Create More. Okay, next please. Okay, implementation issues and proposed solutions under Create More. So the succeeding slides will look at these. Next slide, please. Thank you. So one concern raised by business enterprises is on the VAT refund process, particularly on the tedious documentary requirements needed for a successful VAT refund claim. This will ultimately affect the predictability and speed of the VAT refund system. Create More will address this concern by amending Section 112, letter D of the tax code. The amendment will establish a simplified and streamlined tax refund system for registered business enterprises under Title 13 of the tax code in consultation with the Commission on Audit and the IPAs. The expedited refund mechanism shall require minimal documentary requirements or reduced processing time, subject to rules and regulations prescribed by the BIR. So this amendment is designed to further enhance the reforms in the VAT refund process introduced by the EOPT Act and to complement the recent BIR issuances on VAT refunds. Next, please. Okay, issue number 2 is in the slide. So that's the disallowance of customs duties and VAT incentives of RBEs due to quote-unquote direct and exclusive use requirement. So currently under Section 295 letter D of the tax code as amended by the CREATE Act, customs duty exemption, VAT exemption on importation, and VAT zero rating on local purchases shall only apply to goods and services directly and exclusively used in the registered project or activity by a registered business enterprise. So Create More will address this concern by deleting the term directly and exclusively used and replacing it with directly attributable. So a new phrase, no? So under the proposal, the business enterprise only needs to prove that the claim for duty exemption, VAT exemption on importation, and zero rating on local purchases are directly attributable to the registered project or activity without considering the nature of the costs or expenses. The proposal will address difficulties in administering the direct and exclusive use requirement, resulting in conflicting interpretations despite the issuance of Revenue Regulation number 3-2023, which clarified the coverage of direct and exclusive to facilitate the RBE's claims of VAT incentives. This will also ensure that the duty exemption, VAT exemption on importation, and VAT zero rating on local purchases will only benefit the registered project or activity. Next slide, please. So issue number 3, non-applicability of VAT zero rating on local purchases and VAT exemption on importations of domestic market enterprises. So based on Section 5, Rule 2 of the CREATE Act, IRR, which aligns with the policy of limiting VAT zero rating to direct exporters and recognizing VAT as a consumption tax, VAT exemption on importation and VAT zero rating on local purchases are exclusively available to registered export enterprises. However, several registered business enterprises, including petitions filed before the courts, have questioned the distinction made between registered export enterprises and domestic market enterprises with respect to availment of incentives, contending that it lacks basis in law. So to address this, we propose allowing the domestic market enterprises to enjoy VAT exemption on importation and VAT zero rating on local purchases, provided their number 1 investment capital exceeds 15 billion. So this is the size criterion again, and their annual committed export sales amount to at least $100 million or its equivalent in acceptable foreign currency. So this is the exporter criteria. So this will incentivize critical DMEs' significant investment in the country and their contribution in terms of export sales. So next issue, please. So issue number 4, additional complexity of compliance with local taxation rules. So another concern raised by business enterprises is the additional complexity of compliance with local taxation rules, which may vary depending on the local government unit concerned. So Create More seeks to simplify the imposition and collection of local taxes and complement the administration's effort to enhance the ease of doing business in the country. So under the proposal, a uniform RBE, local tax of a maximum of 2% based on gross sales, is imposed on RBEs under the income tax holiday and enhanced deduction regimes. In addition, under Create More, the exemption of enterprises under the 5% special corporate income tax regime shall now include not only national and local taxes, but also local fees and charges, except real property tax on land owned by developers. Next slide, please. Okay. Issue number 5. RBEs within economic or free port zones are bound to perform their activities within the territorial boundaries of the zones. Okay, so this is a contentious issue to some of our workers, given the changing nature of our labor force. No? Businesses have recognized the benefits of work from home, such as the flexibility it offers employees in managing their work-life balance and the adaptability it provides in meeting changing work demands. However, according to Section 309 of the Tax Code, to qualify for the grant of incentives, a qualified registered project or activity under an IPA administering an economic zone or free port must be exclusively conducted or operated within the geographical boundaries of the zone or the free port. So to accommodate the needs of and adapt to the changing demands of Filipino workers, the DOF proposes to allow RBEs in the IT, business process management area sector and other similar sectors, including those registered under an IPA administering an ecozone or free port, to conduct their business under alternative work arrangements. So this recognizes the new business model and an employee's preference for flexible work arrangements, thereby further boosting the competitiveness of our country's IT-BPM industry compared to its peers in Asia Pacific. Next slide, please. Issue number 6. So clarifying rules for Section 311 of the Tax Code as amended only permitted the transition of income-based incentives, such as the ITH and the 5% SCIT. So the tax regime of RBEs prior to the Create Act's enactment has been a contentious issue. Specifically, concerns have risen regarding the tax treatment of non-income-based incentives, such as VAT and duties, and local taxes, since Section 311 of the Tax Code as amended only permitted the transition of income-based incentives such as ITH and the 5% SCIT. As an economic recovery measure, it was only in the Create IRR that non-income-based incentives, that is VAT and duty exemption and VAT zero rating, were allowed to transition for registered exporters, provided that it shall only apply to goods and services directly attributable to and exclusively used in the registered project or activity. So in the course of the implementation of the Create Act, several issues have surfaced regarding the constraints placed on VAT incentive eligibility. Notably, the stringent criteria for direct and exclusive use coupled with restricting VAT benefits for exporters have sparked debate. Additionally, the prevailing local tax regime governing transitory RBEs also needs clarification. To address these issues and to clarify the tax regime of pre-Create transitory RBEs, our version of the Create More bill expressly provides that all national taxes and local taxes, fees, and charges granted prior to the effectivity of the Create Act will transition until the end of the sunset period. So basically, all pre-create RBEs will continue to enjoy whatever national or local incentives they were granted prior to the effectivity of the CREATE Act. So in light of the challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, recognizing the initial period of uncertainty that accompanied the rollout of the CREATE Act during the pandemic, we also extended the transitory period by an additional 2 years, which shall end on December 31, 2033. Thank you very much. And that ends our presentation.
Thank you, Yusek Reside. I have a lot of questions actually, but I'll allow the office of the presidential special assistant to the president for investment and economic affairs to present their case. And I understand that obviously these two agencies work hand in hand in this proposal. So I'll allow the office of SAP IEA to present.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for giving us the opportunity today to discuss our recommendations to the Create More bill. I'd just like to put this in context that we will present it based off the House Bill 9794, which we thought already incorporated some very important provisions to address investor concerns and issues. Next slide, please. Just a bit of a background. Despite recent reforms, the Philippines continue to lag behind its ASEAN peers in attracting foreign direct investments. And we note that in 2022, the Philippines recorded the lowest FDI among Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, and Singapore. And while the CREATE Act reduced the regular corporate income tax rate from 30 to 25%, the Philippine corporate tax rates remain the highest among regional peers. And next slide, please. And also we have among ASEAN nations, the Philippines' electricity rate remain prohibitively expensive, discouraging foreign manufacturing companies from locating in Philippine industrial zones. And before we go to our proposals, we just like to note that it is the policy of the state to attract investments that result in productivity enhancements, employment generation, countrywide development, and a more inclusive economic growth. And to this end, we note that the key drivers of foreign investment are tax incentives, stable and reduced input costs, and the liberalization of foreign ownership. And the first two drivers of FDI that I mentioned can be addressed through Create More to attract more and better investments and create an economic environment conducive for businesses to thrive. Through Create More, we hope to address issues and concerns raised by foreign investors, which have to do with three things: firm, predictable, and consistent implementation of policies; second, cost of doing business; and third, ease of doing business. So through streamlined processes and targeted tax incentives that still are time-bound and performance-based, we not only hope to elevate the country's global competitiveness and respond to emerging global developments, but more importantly, to invest in our economy, enabling priority industry development and generating better jobs. For our highlights of House Bill 9794, which we will note that some are already in Senate Bill 2654, and others we will raise for the consideration of the chair for inclusion. First, the next slide, please. Yeah, so we'll show the CREATE Act provision and then what it is now in House Bill 9794. So first, CREATE introduced a condition to VAT zero rating that goods and services must be directly and exclusively used in the registered project or activity. This made items that were previously VAT zero rated now VATable. In this regard, we wanted to restore the qualification of eligible goods and services to avail of incentives by replacing directly and exclusively used with the phrase directly attributable. And secondly, the directly and exclusively used phrase opened the eligibility of goods and services to VAT incentive to the discretion and interpretation powers of the BIR. And through Revenue Regulation number 3-2023, BIR issued a negative list of items that shall not be considered as directly and exclusively used. In order to protect the goods and services from being subjected to the interpretation of BIR, House Bill 9794 enumerated the list of those 6 items that were identified by the BIR in the revenue regulation. And we note that this is not yet in Senate Bill 2654, and we hope for your consideration, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. Yeah, the 6 items, which are actually more because the number 6 clumps a lot of items under it, include janitorial services, security services, financial services, consultancy services, marketing and promotion, and services rendered for administrative operations, HR, legal, and accounting. So, which means all the consultants or all your maintenance that you use for your businesses have been rendered not eligible for VAT incentives. So we are hoping to be able to address this in the Create More bill. Next slide, please. And restoration of the principle of separate customs territory. Before Create, economic and free port zones were by legal fiction regarded as foreign territories. Following the cross-border doctrine principle, sale of goods and services to RBEs in these zones were subject to 0% VAT. With the passage of Create, the cross-border doctrine has been rendered ineffectual and inoperative for VAT purposes, also because of the phrase directly and exclusively used. So under House Bill 9794, there was a specific provision to state that the sale and delivery of goods to registered enterprises within a separate customs territory shall be subject to 0% VAT. And we again hope for the Senate's consideration on this. Next slide, please. And this was also, the next one was discussed already by DOF USEC earlier, which is the restoration of the non-income tax-based incentives for as long as the REE is registered in good standing with the IPA and not being subjected to a sunset period of a maximum of 17 years. This the maximum of 17 years was implemented through the Create IRR and reiterated in BIR Revenue Regulations 21-2021. And we hope to be able to instead allow REEs to avail of them as long as they are in good standing with a registration with their respective IPAs. This is already in Senate Bill 2654. Next is the streamlining and simplification of VAT refund process, which was also discussed by the DOF. And it stems from the issues raised by our foreign businesses, which include the additional requirements to submit documents which are not prescribed by law, the denial of claims without proper legal basis, and the outright denial of VAT refund claims without explanation. To address these, we hope that Create More could establish a simplified and more predictable VAT refund process that limits discretion and encourages compliance. Through House Bill currently incorporates limiting the documentary requirements to those required by law and specifically prescribed by the Commissioner, and a requirement for a written communication of assessed deficiencies of the refund claims, including its legal and factual basis. And finally, providing the taxpayer 10 days to request for reconsideration before a final decision is made. We also humbly request for these safeguards on VAT refund rules to be added in the Create More Senate bill for the comfort of our investors. Then fifth is the restoration of the powers of the IPAs. The House bill amends FIRB functions from policy making and oversight to policy making and monitoring. In the CREATE Act, the FIRB role was expanded to functions previously held by IPAs, which includes the grant and approval of incentives, cancellation and withdrawal of incentives, verification of compliance of registered business enterprises, and the creation of FIRB to do these functions added an additional layer and delayed the project approval the RBEs applying with IPAs. We recommend to amend FIRB's functions to policy making and monitoring precisely to be able to do the function that was cited by DOF USEC, which is to monitor the transformation of committed investments to actual investments. And also, we think that with the formulation of the FIRB of the cost-benefit analysis template that the IPAs can also use now, the computation is already already the same with how FIRB will be able to compute it. So we hope for your earnest consideration on this too, Mr. Chair. Number 6, on the clarification of the transitory period for pre-create incentives and the LGU protection. This was also discussed by DOF, and we agree with them on this. We just wanted to highlight that in CREATE Act, the transitory provision removed the phrase "in lieu of all local and national taxes" for businesses that are enjoying the 5% SIT. And this created confusion and a lot of problems for registered business enterprises, because now while they are under SIT, they are being charged LGU taxes and fees. So we wanted to clarify that in the transitory period, the "in lieu of all local and national taxes" under 5% SIT still applies. Now, we move on to our proposed improvements to House Bill 9794, and we have 5 for your consideration, Mr. Chair. Number 1 is the protection from LGU interference for RBs under 5% SIT. Currently in CREATE Act, the SIT is defined as a tax rate equivalent to 5% based on gross income earned in lieu of all national and local taxes. However, in the CREATE IRR, which is also, you can see on the screen, it established that local tax as used in the definition shall not include LGU fees and charges. And this allowed LGUs to interfere and charge additional fees, thereby increasing the cost of doing business. So our recommendation is to explicitly provide for the exemption from local fees and charges for RBEs under the 5% SIT or GIE. Next slide shows our proposed language. Second, we hope to be able to incorporate flexibility in the choice of incentives. CREATE Act, Section 295A and B provides that ITH shall be followed by the SIT or enhanced deduction regime. The current regime with a very strict sequence of incentives assumes preference for ITH. And this may not be the case, especially for newly established enterprises, especially those involving large capital expenditures, which require often a ramp-up period before achieving normal levels of productivity and profitability. Hence, our recommendation is a provision of the option to reorganize the sequence of the availment of incentives. Sorry, it's the recommendation is to allow our RBEs to be able to choose between ITH and then availing of SIT, or directly going to the availment of SIT at the start of their commercial operations. This we think is actually beneficial because for on the business enterprise's point of view, under SIT, they are protected from LGU interference and additional local fees and charges. Whereas in ITH, they have to pay their normal local taxes and deal with their LGUs. And second, allowing RBEs to pay SIT from the onset of their commercial operations actually gives 3% of their GIE to the national government, in addition to the 2% to the local government. The next slide shows our proposed language for this. Next slide, please. Next slide. Third, the imposition of a fixed RBE local tax rate of 1% for gross sales. This measure is aimed at guarding against the imposition of prohibitive LGU fees and charges, especially for businesses under the ITH and enhanced deduction regime. Initially in House Bill 9794, this is 2% of gross sales, and the same with the Senate Bill 2654. Currently, it is at 2% of gross sales, but we note that the reference base of gross sales for our belt or the RBE local tax differs from the reference base of SIT, which is GIE, or gross sales less direct costs as a definition of gross income earned. And given the deduction for direct costs, GIE can be much smaller than gross sales. And according to the data we have gathered, GIE as a percentage of gross sales can be as small as 2.5% to 6.5% for export manufacturing companies, and a larger range, 13% to 48% only for IT BPM companies. Hence, our recommendation is consideration to amend our belt from 2% of gross sales to 1% of gross sales. The next slide shows our proposed language. Okay, we can proceed to number 4. Fourth is the standardization of VAT zero rating treatment on all sales to REEs. This is actually a recommendation stemming from a House bill provision that on local purchases, VAT exemption is given to 100% exporting RBEs, whereas VAT zero rating is the treatment for local purchases for 70% to 99.99% exporting RBEs. And we note that for when we give VAT exemption to 100% REEs, this will affect the suppliers who will not be able to claim input VAT on their sales. So we recommended for a standardization of the VAT treatment across all REEs regardless of the level of their export sales. The next slide shows our proposed language. And finally, for our fifth recommendation, it's the expansion of the powers of the President in crafting incentive packages. Currently, CREATE Act Section 301 provides that the President may, in the interest of national economic development, modify the mix, period, or manner of availment of incentives as prescribed by the FIRB or under the code. This is for projects that are that achieve a capital investment of US $1 billion or 50 billion pesos, or generates at least 10,000 jobs. And we note that the powers of the President here is limited to the incentive packages or the incentive types that the FIRB recommends or are in the CREATE Act. And we wanted to be able to expand this power to give non-fiscal and fiscal support packages to RBEs depending on their need and depending on the industry that we want to attract in the country. As a context, through separate EOs from 2007 to 2010, then President Gloria Arroyo granted power subsidies to 3 mega investors in Freeport or Ecozones to secure their investments in the country, spur job creation, and increase exports. And these companies are Texas Instruments, Hanjin Heavy Industries, and SFA Semicon. In this regard, our recommendation is to allow the President to grant non-fiscal and fiscal support packages for highly desirable projects or specific industrial activities. For non-fiscal support packages, we are limiting this to the utilization of government resources such as land use. We note also that Vietnam and Laos are currently providing concessions on land leases to attract foreign investors to locate in their country. And our last slide shows our proposed language. That's all for our office. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Let's just look at the list. Since we have a lot of resource persons today, we'll do the rounds first and then I'll proceed with my questions after. I think some of the issues that are plaguing our IPAs and some resource persons are addressed through the presentations of both the DOF and the Special Assistant. So we'll proceed with doing the rounds and then we'll go back later. I'll go back later on asking questions so that we won't take up the time of everyone. So we will proceed with, we'll start off with our IPAs. We'll proceed with Chairperson Agnes de Vanadera, who's the President and CEO of CDC. Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have actually made comments on some of the issues presented, but and we still have some more. However, we would like to focus our presentation today or our discussion today on a very particular issue that is true that is applicable to Clark Development Corporation. The very issue that we want to tackle now is the imposition of local taxes to registered business enterprises located within the Clark Freeport zone. And so, for just a little background, under Section 15 of RA 7227, it is specifically provided that let me just quote directly to the records, that the local government units directly subject to the concurrence by resolution of the local government units directly affected, the President is hereby authorized to create by executive proclamation a special economic zone covering the lands occupied by Clark military reservations and its contiguous extensions as embraced, covered, and defined by the 1947 Military Bases Agreement between the Philippines and the United States of America. And it also states that the LGUs covered are Mabalacat and Porac of Pampanga, and municipalities in Angeles City, and for Tarlac, it's Capas and Banban, your favorite LG, you know. And of course, the Clark Air Base proper has an area of more than 4,000 hectares, with the exception of 28,000 hectares and 7.5 hectares located outside the main gate. At any rate, an EO was issued to define the metes and bounds, and the EO is under it's EO number 80. And it specifically says that the governing body of the Clark Special Economic Zone shall likewise be established by executive proclamation. And this clarifies and in no uncertain terms that with such powers and functions exercised by Export Processing Zone Authority pursuant to Presidential Decree number 66 as amended, and that its regulatory authority is only limited over public utilities regulated by the Energy Regulatory Commission and the National Telecommunications Commission. In other words, Clark Development Corporation by law was granted both the powers of an IPA and the regulatory powers exercising police powers. And we can in fact say that the creation of Clark Development Corporation with powers embedded in RA 7227 is something that we can classify as sui generis, which is a class of its own. And this was supported by jurisprudence, by the ruling of the Supreme Court in Chevron Philippines versus BCDA, which specifically stated that Executive Order number 80 was enacted, which created the Clark Development Corporation, a body corporate, which functions as the operating and implementing arm of the BCDA to manage the Clark Special Economic Zone. And CDC's existence of police powers was compared to John Hay Special Economic Zone, which says that CDC has a power to impose royalty fees. This is the example on the fuel deliveries of Chevron to a locator inside Clark Special Economic Zone, because this is an exercise of the police power and the royalty fees are considered regulatory fee. Now, what has this to do with what we are now discussing? It is the position of CDC that what is touched by Create More are only incentives and does not affect the powers granted by law to CDC as implemented by the executive orders. And therefore, it is of no moment to us whether or not the LGUs around can impose the business taxes on the locators inside the Clark Development Corporation, because the power, the police power of CDC is based on 7227, whereas the taxing power of the LGUs is actually based on the local government code. We have received actually already some communication from the LGUs saying that they will be issuing resolutions or ordinances taxing the RBEs within Clark Development Corporation. This is of prime importance to Clark Development Corporation because it is our position that the power of the police power of CDC is based on a law, a special law, which is RA 7227, while the LGU is invoking a power under the local government code. So we take exception to that. It is very clear in Section 16 that what we are really discussing under Title 13 are tax incentives. And that's the scope and coverage under Section 291, that it says this title shall cover all existing investment promotion agencies as defined in this code. However, it says also that the investment promotion agencies shall maintain their functions and powers as provided under the special laws governing them. And CDC's powers are traceable to 7227, a special law. And it is our position that that CDC is not affected in that sense. Well, sui generis, that's what we think. And our position is not just, it's not just a matter of argument, but supported by jurisprudence. One is the Chevron case against BCDA, and the latest, which was promulgated by the Supreme Court on February 22, 2023, entitled BCDA and John Hay versus the city government of Baguio City, specifically said that John Hay does not possess the police powers, and therefore they should be subjected to the police powers of the LGU, which is Baguio City. In fact, in the decision, CDC's powers, police powers, were actually discussed. And I would just like to read this into the record. Being the administrator of the CSES, the responsibility of ensuring the safe, efficient, and orderly distribution of fuel products within the zone falls on CDC. Respondent CDC is expected to provide under the law in pursuance of its general power of supervision and control over the movement of all supplies and equipment into the CSES. So this is the position. It may be different from the other IPAs, but Clark Development Corporation has been granted the twin powers of being an IPA and the police powers, so that it can regulate all the movements of goods, services, and people within Clark Freeport Zone. We submit, Your Honor, and with the reservation that we shall be submitting written comments on the presentations of the two agencies for expediency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson De Vandera. It pays to have a former Secretary of Justice as the President and CEO of Clark Corporation. Siguradong walang lusot yung gusto nilang gawin. But this is a common feedback that I get, that a lot of our LGUs are, because of CREATE, no, and the vagueness of some of the provisions there, that some of our LGUs are attempting, no, to impose local taxes. No? Is that the same experience in Clark? And how are you warding off those attempts?
Mr. Chairman, the attempts are just coming in now and very real. Probably because it's in the interpretation or the wordings of the Create More. Now, in Clark, we organized the Metro Clark Advisory Council. Aside from the fact that the LGUs receive the 2% out of the taxes that they are paid, they share. So, in fact, for example, for Mabalacat, they received, out of the 2%, they received about over $1 billion. So it's very substantial. Of course, for the LGUs with no locators, they don't get so much, but we have our CSR funds where we try to somehow address what they have. So the Metro Clark Advisory Council, composed of the LGUs, identified by the law and by the EO to be part of the Clark Freeport Zone, are members, and for the common concerns, we talk about that.
LGUs are part of the advisory council?
Yes, Your
That's
Honor.
where they air their
Yes, Your
concerns?
Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And for the most part, we don't really have those kind of grievances because what we do is really come up with common programs. In other words, ang hinahanap namin yung pagkakasundoan, hindi muna yung pag-aawayan.
Okay.
So we get by so far.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'll ask some questions to the IPAs later on, no? Because in the presentation of the UF and the presidential advisor, the overarching message there is to shield the RBEs from the local government units, or in a better, I think in a more positive sense, to promote a one-stop shop or a one-contact approach, meaning it's only the IPAs that they talk to, no? But without, of course, neglecting the potential of the LGUs, meaning income potentials of the LGU. No? So I think that's the overarching message here, because I admit, no, for businesses, it's better to talk to one government entity. No, it's very difficult to talk to many government entities, and the IPAs are designed to be a one-stop shop. Nandun na lahat, no? From fire to business to building permits to, so that's the design. So I'll go through the other IPAs, and then I'll ask a common question later on. So we'll ask we'll recognize Attorney C of PEZA. Host Vincent C.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone.
Laki ka pala, kala ko babae.
It's,
Rose eh.
It should be Ross or double S.
Ross, okay. Mali pala ito. Alright, thank you. Sorry for that. Go ahead, Attorney C.
The Philippine Economic Zone Authority would like to express its gratitude to the committee for conducting this public hearing on SB number 2654, which seeks to amend pertinent provisions of the CREATE Act to improve said law to make the Philippines more attractive to investors as a premier investment destination in the ASEAN region. The explanatory note of SB 26554 perfectly captures the sentiments of different investment promotion agencies or IPAs and the registered business enterprises in the implementation of the CREATE law. While the intent of the law is to rationalize fiscal incentives, its implementation caused major concerns for RBEs because it diminished the fiscal incentives that the RBEs were enjoying prior to its effectivity. In addition, some government issuances that were supposed to implement the law muddled instead its legislative intent, which caused confusion. So we participated also, Mr. Chair, in the deliberation of House Bill 9794, and I think it was already transmitted. But there are still some issues that we hope we can be considered by this committee under SB number 2654. Number one, SB number 9794 provides for a local business tax not exceeding 2% of the gross sales for RBEs under ED. However, the proposed 2% local tax is too excessive, which might render the ED regime unattractive to the RBEs since they will pay more local tax. Based on RA number 760 or the Local Government Code of the Philippines, the LBT is based on gross revenue that ranges from 37.15% to 75% of 1% of gross revenue. The imposition of the 2% local tax for RBEs round counter to the best practice in other economies that operate free ports and grant incentives to their locator companies without any additional local or national taxes on their income. Number two, on the delegated authority from the FIRB for the IPAs, this was already increased to 15 billion under FIRB Resolution number 003-24 dated February 2, 2024. We are already okay with that, but we hope that the FIRB will be given more authority to grant additional incentives, because this is now the current setup right now. The FIRB merely reviews the recommendation or evaluation of the IPAs, then submit it for approval to the board. They're not authorized to grant more incentives than recommended by the IPAs. Number 3, the RBE should be given an option to directly avail of the special corporate income tax by converting the income tax holiday and add it into the period of SCIT. Accordingly, an RBE may enjoy the entire incentivized period under the SCIT regime. If our proposal for exemption from local business tax is not acceptable, PEZA is willing to act as a collecting agent for the LGUs for the local business tax to further insulate the RBEs from the local government units. This service can also be extended on the remittance of the RBEs of their 2% share from the 5% SCIT. And finally, the threshold for work-from-home arrangement for the RBEs in the IT BPM sector should be uniform for all IPAs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Call on Attorney Uy of BCDA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for inviting the Basis Conversion and Development Authority in the deliberations of the Create More Bill. BCDA fully supports the amendments to the Create Law in terms of enhancing the Philippine tax incentive system. By rectifying the discrepancies in the Create Law, its IRR and BIR issuances, this bill facilitates easier compliance of registered business enterprises and encourages expansion. The bill is essential for adapting to global business trends and ensuring the Philippines remains as an attractive destination for international and local investors. Ultimately, the bill is a significant step towards boosting the Philippines' competitiveness, creating more jobs, and uplifting the lives of Filipinos across the nation. We'll just reserve our comments based on today's hearing by submitting our position paper later on, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll call on BOI, Attorney Olimpo.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. We will be producing our comments, our official comments, but let me just point out two main points for the BOI. First is... Hello? Mr. Chair? There. First, let us reiterate that the position of the BOI is for the grant of incentives and the authority to register be vested with the IPAs. If I may just read the position here, that the need for the elevation of the project to the FIRB for the grant of incentive is not consistent with the reforms being implemented by the government in terms of simplifying approval procedures and reducing red tape and providing greater clarity for investors. And the second point that is being pushed by the BOI is that all the terms and conditions for the administration of incentives should be embodied in the SIPP. The SIPP lists the priority activities that qualify for investment incentives under the CREATE Act. It is formulated by the Board of Investments in coordination with the FIRB, the IPAs, and other government agencies administering tax incentives, and the private sector, and reviewed and amended every 3 years. So the SIPP provides, among others, the recommendations for types of non-fiscal supports needed to create high-skilled jobs, specific qualification requirements or conditions for a particular sector or industry, and other limitations, and requires an evaluation process for sectors or industries included in the SIPP to determine the suitability and potential of the industry or the sector in promoting long-term growth and sustainable development and the national interest. The regular review of the SIPP under the CREATE Act likewise ensures that the SIPP becomes a living document that adapts to or anticipates changes in the industry trends. The CREATE Act already provides that IPAs cannot accept applications for registration unless the project or activity is listed in the SIPP, which is why we are pushing for that all terms and conditions for the availment and administration of the incentives be embodied under the SIPP. We will submit on the details of the incentives on our proposals on the provisions under the SB and the HB. We will provide, sir.
Thank you for that. Call on Mr. Wee of SBMA.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. For SBMA, I'm Engineer Hurilia. My boss won't be able to make it today. We thank the Senate Committee on Ways and Means for inviting the SBMA to also attend this hearing for pushing the amendments to the CREATE Act, even as we have implemented it. We fully support this move of Congress and Senate to amend the CREATE into the CREATE more, even as we are excited with the amendments proposed by the FIRB. It's very experimental and it's very adventurous, but we would like to study it, but we are very excited with the proposals of FIRB. We reserve our comments on the new presentations, and we will submit our own position papers on the matter. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Ms. Josefa Bada of Poro Point Management Corporation.
Sir, thank you. Thank you for inviting PowerPoint Management Corporation. PPMC is a subsidiary of the Basis Conversion and Development Authority. I guess we're the smallest economic and free port zone located in the city of San Fernando, La Union. Sir, we fully support PowerPoint Management Corporation fully supports the intention of Senate Bill number 2654 and House Bill number 9794. However, sir, may we seek clarification on Section 10, which states that local government units may delegate to investment promotion agencies through appropriate memorandum of agreement the function of accepting, processing, and granting business permits and licenses. At present, PPMC and other IPAs issues their own business permit, building permit, fire safety certificate, and other permits. We would like to be clarified if IPAs will still continue with this issuances of permits. Thank you, sir.
I think
We will also submit our position.
I think that provision there is after the incentives, correct? That's my interpretation. After the incentives, when they go to the usual regime, the LGUs now can impose local taxes, but they can continue to do that one-stop shop if they have the MOA between the IPAs and the LGU. Is that correct? That's my interpretation. Because at one point it's time-bound, diba? At one point, the RBEs will no longer enjoy the incentives. They'll just be just like ordinary corporations. But if they still want, because they're located inside the zone, so if the IPAs or the LGUs will agree, the IPAs can still continue the one-stop shop concept, meaning issue the business permit, fire, building permit. Is that the interpretation, or is that the essence of this provision? Tama ba, ASEC Carlo or USEC Reside? Anyone, or si Attorney Aure? Any comments on that?
Good morning po, Mr. Chair. Actually, the intention of the 2% R bill is to simplify the local tax collection. But after the period of the income tax holiday and the enhanced deductions, the regular taxes will apply. However, I want to note lang, Mr. Chair, that there are IPAs, as mentioned by President De Banadera, that there are IPAs that were granted authority to regulate business enterprises in their zone, within their zone. So in the case of PESA and CDC, local government can only collect taxes, but may not collect local fees and charges.
That provision is after when they become when they go to the usual regime, taxation regime.
Yes,
It's
Mr.
not
Chair.
during the ITH.
Not during the IPA registration.
Not during the registration.
Yes,
Okay. Yeah, that's the interpretation. That's my interpretation also, because well, we have to clarify that because that might lead to an interpretation that without the MOA, the LGUs can. Tama? I think that's what you're thinking, eh?
Yes, sir.
Without the MOA, the one-stop shop. I'll call it one-stop shop. The one-stop shop will cease. No, I think that is that's the clarification they want to echo. Yes, Attorney C.
Mr. Chair, I think there's a specific provision in the CREATE law that even after the expiration of the incentivized period, the registered business enterprises of the IPAs may still continue to avail of the one-stop shop. So nandun po yun. So even without MOA with a local government unit, if established na po yung OSS, for example, PEZA, we shall continue to provide the building permits to the RBs.
What's the MOA for? Do you want to answer that, Attorney? I saw that also. What's the MOA for?
Sir, yung MOA po usually for collecting taxes and local fees and charges if the IPA has no power to regulate the RBEs inside their zone.
But in
the case of PESA and Clark, since in their charter they are the one authorized to regulate and administer the business enterprises, local government units cannot collect local fees and charges.
Okay, so
it's the authority of the IPAs.
So it really depends on the charter
Yes, sir.
of the IPAs. So different, like for example, in the case of CDC, it's explicit, no? But not all IPAs have the same feature. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
BOI has no authority to regulate RBEs because they don't have economic zone.
Okay, but if they have a MOA with just ano lang, if they have the MOA with an LGU, they can do that.
Yes, sir. It's possible.
Okay, sige. All right. Do we call on Attorney Abbas of the Bangsamoro Economic Zone?
Good morning and assalamu alaikum, Mr. Chair. For the Bangsamoro Economic Zone Authority, the Bangsamoro Autonomy Act number 13 enacted by the Bangsamoro Transition Authority of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao provided for the creation of the Bangsamoro Economic Zone Authority, which is a corporate body attached to the Ministry of Trade, Investments and Tourism of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, mandated to register, regulate, and supervise enterprises as well as operate, manage, and develop ecozone within the region. This is in line with the provision of the organic law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, Muslim Mindanao, particularly Section 28, Article 13 of Republic Act 11054, which states that the Bangsamoro government may establish economic zones, industrial states, and free ports in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, including the establishment of a Bangsamoro Economic Zone Authority, which shall have a similar powers as those of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority. The enactment of the Bangsamoro Organic Law granted the Bangsamoro government the power to create ecozone and industrial states and free ports within the region, as well as to grant tax incentives. Meanwhile, both the Bangsamoro Organic Law and the Bangsamoro Autonomy Act number 13 granted the BEZA the power to operate, manage, and regulate and supervise ecozones within the region, among others. Likewise, BAAT 13 granted the BEZA through its board the power to set the general policies on the operation of the ecozones in the region. Although the adoption of the CREATE law, which is now subject for amendment, is a welcome development, unfortunately for BEZA, it gave rise to a predicament. Although the BUL is explicit regarding the power of BEZA, which shall have similar powers with that of the PEZA, the BEZA was not included among the investment promotion agencies enumerated under Section 293 Title 13 of the CREATE Law. As a member of the House Ways and Means Committee, we seek your kind attention and consideration and earnest support for the inclusion of the BESA as one of the enumerated investment promotion agencies in the CREATE Law. We propose to include in Section 293H or in the amendment that the Bangsamoro Economic Zone Authority as an investment promotion agency. As to other aspects, on the we are planning to add comments and proposals and for our position papers in response to the presentations made by the Department of Finance and the Special Assistant to the President on Investment Economic Affairs to address the concern of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao.
Thank you, Attorney Abbas. We actually, in our version and the other versions, we already included the Bangsamoro Board of Investments and also the Bangsamoro Economic Zone Authority. So, okay, so we'll proceed to our the private sector and the consultants and the firms that are here today, and we hope that they can share their thoughts and also their experiences in regards to dealing with existing investors and potential investors. I know that you talk to them and you consult with them, or they consult with you on a regular basis. So we'd like to hear your experiences insofar as investments are concerned. So we'll start off with Attorney Margo Advincula of SGV.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair and everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for inviting me and for the follow-through discussions on various occasions of our discussions on certain issues that locators in Clark are facing. Thus, we are grateful for the consultative meeting in February and giving us the chance to present the issues that they are facing in Clark. With your permission, Mr. Chair, for SGV, may I also mention Attorney Fabian de los Santos, our tax leader, is with me from SGV. Aligned with the purpose of SGV to enable businesses for a better Philippines, I'm here for SGV Clark, which supports Clark Development Corporation, headed by Attorney Agnes de Vanadera, and Clark Investors and Locators Association, headed by Dr. Frankie Villanueva, on behalf of locators with respect to non-imposition of local business taxes. In addition, in relation to the distinction in the CREATE IRR between domestic market enterprises and registered export enterprises on VAT zero rating on local purchases under CREATE, we acknowledge the support of the FIRB and the Board of Investments, including the BIR, on the implementation of the optional VAT registration for domestic market enterprises enjoying 5% GIE in Clark, under Revenue Regulations 13-2023. Our ask, Mr. Chair, among others, is the mechanism to recover, for instance, around 500 million of input VAT that has been allocated because of this optional VAT registration. We do not have the option of tax refund or tax credit. If we have that option, it will take us forever to recover. So that is the sentiment of one of the biggest locators in Clark, and Attorney Agnes, of course, can discuss that further. In this regard, we also welcome certain proposals of the DOF on the VAT incentives for critical DMEs, which we want to discuss further because we have also some comments. It is also part of the position paper that was submitted by one of the biggest locators in Clark, Mr. Chair, for your consideration. That is for now, Mr. Chair, and we hope you could take time to review and revisit the discussions that we have in the consultative meeting in February. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Attorney Advincula. We call on Attorney Yu Villar of TMAP.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you for inviting Team Up in this public hearing. So, yes, for Team Up, we still have to collect some more comments, and for us, we would like to, if we can obtain a copy, of course, of the presentation and the version of the DOF on the Create More, it will be very helpful. So, for us to make our position paper. Would like to comment though on the initial comments we received is on the impact of this Create More, particularly to the RBEs on the enhanced deduction and of course the lowering of the tax rate to 20%. If they have considered the impact in terms of the BEPS 2.0 for the global minimum corporate income tax rate of 15%. So given that with a lower tax rate of 20% plus the enhanced deduction, we might fall below the global minimum 15% tax rate. So in reference to the compliance to the BEPS 2.0 on the income inclusion rule. And I know there's an extensive discussion on the RBEs, and the Create More is really heavily focused on the special incentives to the RBEs. It might be worth noting or consider that if it can be like a special law or like a special discussion on this, not just simply inserting it in the tax code, because the tax code itself is already complex. And if we will add more provisions specifically for this, I think it will add more complexity to it, and considering these are just special incentives that the government can modify later on or remove, so it might be, if you can consider that kind of approach in handling this additional provisions or making it like a separate law for this one. Yeah. And with that, once we receive was this the version of the DOF, maybe we can submit our position paper next week on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. As far as BEPS is concerned, there's no, actually I've been consulting with the DOF, also the private sector. There's no clear approach yet. No? I think it's still, the good thing is we started the conversation already. The discussion has begun. However, the approach, whether it's through legislative or administrative, is still something that we are threshing out. But rest assured that because of the initiation of the private sector, rest assured that we already started that motion. So, and I'll engage the DOF on that matter as well. No? But thank you for bringing that up. We call on Attorney Aznar of PA Grant Thornton.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for inviting PNA Grant Thornton, and I'm also joined by the head of our tax technical group, Attorney Leia Roque. So, Mr. Chair, some of the observations and comments have already been mentioned by the distinguished speakers or resource persons. Just to add few items. So first is this is in relation with the incentive on VAT and duty exemption on purchases and importations on the use of the phrase attributable to or directly attributable to. For your earnest consideration, Mr. Chair, for avoidance of doubt, perhaps we could consider describing the phrase in such a manner that if all the income of the RBE is earned from its registered activity, then all its importations and purchases shall be considered directly attributable to such registered activity. But perhaps this may just be considered by the committee in evaluating the definition or the description of the phrase attributable to or directly attributable to avoid doubt in the application of the proposed change. So that's number one. And number two, Mr. Chair, in the explanatory note of SB number of Senate Bill number 2654, it recognizes that corporations are also facing delays in receiving VAT refunds, with the situation growing so dire that some companies are considering withdrawing from the market. It's stated there in the explanatory note. And for some taxpayers, they needed to go to the courts to finally have their refunds granted, which takes years and which entails litigation costs. So in this relation, Mr. Chair, perhaps could we consider a proposed provision stating that refunds
granted will entitle the taxpayer an interest income at the rate of 12% reckoned from the lapse of the 90-day period, which is the period allowed to the DOF, up to the actual receipt of refund by the taxpayer. Well, this is just somehow to balance the impression of the potential investors, of the business owners, in saying that in bare audits, we are being imposed interest penalties. How about in terms of tax refunds when it takes years sometimes to get the refund? So perhaps it may be studied further considering this provision on interest entitlement on the grant of refund. Then last 2 points, Mr. Chair. Next item is on the observation of the 2% LGU. Actually, the other distinguished resource persons already mentioned it, but just for visualization or comparison. So it mentions in the proposed bill the not exceeding 2% LGU tax or local tax, but for example, in the local government code for manufacturer, it's 0.375%, which is way low than the 2%. For wholesaler, it's just 0.5%. For contractors, it's 0.5%, so under the local government code. So I understand it was already mentioned by the other resource speakers or resource persons, so perhaps we can also further study the comparisons. And then last point, Mr. Chair, with respect to the proposed Section 3, well, I understand that the RBE that is under the ITH regime, the net operating loss of the registered project or activity of such RBE during the first 3 years from the start of commercial operations may be carried within 5 consecutive years reckoned from the last year of the ITH period. So now the reckoning point is from the last year of the ITH period. So in this regard, I think we have to harmonize, or we have to make some modification or amendment to Section 34D3 of the NIRC, because in that provision, it says that any net loss incurred in a taxable year during which the taxpayer was exempt from income tax shall not be allowed a deduction under the subsection which is pertaining to NOLCO. Just to harmonize the wordings of the provisions of the law. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out, Attorney Aznar. We'll talk about the VAT issues later on, no? And I know that's the biggest elephant in the room. In fact, even though we give out generous incentives, if they cannot get their VAT refunds on time and some of them are denied, that's also a point of discouragement for our investors. In fact, some of our investors that I talked to directly, their cash flow is now being hampered because of that delay in refund. So again, no matter how generous we are, no matter what concepts we introduce, if the implementation is a cause of concern, then that's also futile, no, in terms of attracting them and also retaining them. My view is multinational companies who are already here in the Philippines operating, who are already here employing people, let's take care of them. No? Because they don't only bring investment, but they bring in confidence. No? These multinational companies operate around the world. And for other multinational companies looking at the Philippines, their gauge is whether these existing multinational companies are operating profitably, they're treated well, and they're operating smoothly in the country that they are operating in. So, in other words, they're a model for other multinationals to come in. No? So if they talk to their fellow multinational companies that sa Pilipinas ang hirap magnegosyo, obviously the other ones they're not going to come here. No? So that's my my thoughts on multinational companies already operating in the Philippines. Next will be Ms. Peralta, Head of Tax, or Attorney Peralta of KPMG.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I would like to say that I support any measure that will increase the clarity or the level of clarity of rules, because that has been the common the concern raised typically by investors on the lack of clarity or the stability or lack of stability of rules with the never-ending changes in rules and implementing regulations or interpretations. We also support any attempt to make tax administration easier, efficient, and really something that will promote the ease of doing business and of complying or paying taxes. Because ease of paying taxes is part really of ease of doing business. And as you have said, the 3 pain points will be really the VAT refunds, especially if we take into account the revenue regulations on the VAT refunds portion of the ease of paying taxes, where you have a classification of the different types of VAT refund claims. And another item is on the local business taxation. We have to consider the how local taxes are looked into by the different local government units, because they have their own. They feel they have their own power to impose taxes and impose charges, and they do not have something like the BIR, which will really create one revenue regulations for the guidance of all the district offices. Okay. I know it has been a struggle for local government units and the BLGF to work at a consistent or harmonized implementation of local tax rules. And then another thing also is with respect to the incentives being enjoyed by existing enterprises, on the lack of clarity, especially on the VAT, the zero rating on the purchases. So I welcome the efforts to clarify the provisions of the CREATE law on this matter, and to really enhance the provisions of the CREATE law. And last thing is that let's look at this in the context of what's happening around the world, as my colleague here has mentioned, about the BEPS rules being implemented around the world, and the impact of these in other the impact of these laws on our attractiveness as a foreign as a destination for foreign investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We have representatives from ULAP, the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines, so we will hear from them their opinion on this matter. Since the LGUs, I'm sure ULAP has heard that there's so many talks about how the LGUs affect investment decision-making points. So we'll hear from them on this matter. But before that, we'll go on to the other private sector resource persons, and we're very fortunate that we are joined by very important groups of the country. First, we're here with us is PCCI, represented by Attorney Baladad.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. I am still overwhelmed by the generosity of the two agencies of the government who are taking, I think, 180 pivot from the previous administrations in terms of incentives. And thank you for that. I just hope that we won't go into a situation where our revenues would be affected. But as we have always said, once we give these incentives, we attract investors to come here, there would be more business activity. And at the end of the day, then there would be either, additional revenues or additional business activities that may be generated that would be able to to fill that vacancy that is given out. No? And also with the expansion of the exemption and relaxation of the VAT exemption and VAT zero rating, the expectation is that there would be a big reduction in the claims for refunds in the futures, in the future. Having said that, my main concern, other than all those that were already mentioned, would really be on refunds, no? Because there are billions and billions of businessmen's capital or money that is stuck in government, and instead of being put into operations to grow more their business or to generate revenue, it is with the government, and it's not generating any economic activity. Now, on the claim for refund, we have to go back into why there are many problems there. It's because when we adopted the 90-day period to refund, there were due process that were cut. In short, it became a touch, and what do you call that in chess? Touch move, wherein they said, these are the minimum requirements that you give, these are the requirements that you should submit. And so when you submit that, they would be looking for other requirements that are not in the requirements required to be submitted. And if they don't find it, there is no more opportunity to ask the taxpayer to explain or submit the additional documents, because they just rely on the initial documents that you have submitted. So I guess, Mr. Chairman, if it is necessary that we include in that process still the due process requirements of being notified and the chance that to refute or the chance to give your side before they make the decision within that 90-day period. Of course, I saw in the bill that there is a 10-day period to do a motion for reconsideration, but again, a decision has already been made, and the position of the taxpayer at that time is already made more difficult because of a negative position. I also thought, I'm not sure if that can be covered by this law also, to address also the pending refunds already that are with the government at this point in time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Attorney. Well, the pending refunds, I think we'll deal with that on a separate hearing. I actually filed a resolution to investigate the delay being plagued by these refunds, and we want to really scrutinize one by one the process, what is causing the delay, whether the delay is a reasonable delay, a fair delay, or there's no reason whatsoever for that delay. We want to also scrutinize what are the requirements and the additional requirements that are being requested, whether those requirements are logical or valid, or there's reason to that, or there's no reason whatsoever. No? So we want to approach this delays and scrutinize it. We want to approach it very closely and scrutinize it. No? And hopefully we can resolve this through an oversight hearing. No? So that's an approach that we want to take. And then at the same time, on the preventive, no? on hopefully this will not happen again. This is where the law will come in. No? And we're very open to suggestions, like the suggestions that you mentioned, on how to embed that in the law so that those delays will not happen. PCCI is the biggest business group in our country. It's I know that PCCI is the point of contact for many corporations abroad who wants to invest in the Philippines. So, Attorney Baladad, other than what they have presented, I know you said you're overwhelmed with a lot of the good stuff, but other than that, do you see any more do you have any more suggestions, or do you see other features that you want to include in this law to make PCCI or to give PCCI the tools that you need in order to attract investors? What other things that PCCI needs to attract investors? I know I know PCCI. I know it very well, and I know investors. They come to them and they ask around, and you link them with local investors. But what other tools do you need in order for you to continue to attract investors to come in?
Mr. Chairman, can you give us a day so that we can submit a more comprehensive recommendation?
Thank you. Because in fairness to DOF and to the Special Assistant and to FIRB and also to this committee, we've been working together to come up with enhancement on CREATE. No? But on the ground, I'm sure you have more to share and to suggest. No? So feel free to send it to us. No? Thank you. We'll call on Shimoda-san of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Philippines. And again, no, I know that the Japanese Chamber is also a point of contact for Japanese corporations, no? Especially those small and medium ones, no? Because when I know that business people from abroad, when they are looking in a specific jurisdiction, the first contact is the chamber in order for them to link to local businessmen, because they will point them to the correct investors, the correct partners, or on the other side, those who they should not talk to your point of contact. So we would love to hear your opinion on the proposal and also other proposals that you have in mind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, we would like to express our gratitude to both the Senate and the Congress for your promoting Create More to address the issues and problems we have been experiencing by the CREATE Act. The alternations to the rules and regulations midway through the investment period have led to a sense of distrust among the Japanese investors. Potential investors from Japan are expressing concerns regarding the uncertainty associated with investing in the Philippines, particularly given the possibility of further rule changes in the future. So we humbly request that incentives granted to those registered companies prior to the enactment of the CREATE law be restored. By reinstating these incentives to the RBEs prior to the CREATE Act, the government can signal its commitment to supporting sustainable businesses, encouraging continued investment and bolstering economic stability. Again, we are not requesting to change again and again, but just keep promise this country made when our Japanese colleagues made decision of their investment in the Philippines. We further advocate the retention of VAT zero rating on local purchases of all goods and services of registered projects or activities. Under the CREATE Act, expenses of registered business enterprises that are regarded as indirectly and not exclusively used in the registered projects or activities are now subject to VAT. Even under the CREATE More bill, VAT exemption and VAT zero rating is still limited to directly attributable purchases. Imposing VAT on these expenses leads to additional costs, potentially diminishing competitiveness. The CREATE More bill sets gross sales as the tax base of RBE local tax, from which taxpayers are not allowed to deduct their cost. Needless to say, gross sales are much higher than gross income earned, imposing a greater tax burden on RBEs or our Japanese investors. We believe that to align RBE local tax with the current incentive regime, the tax base should be the gross income earned and not the gross sales. It is important that the Philippines must not be left behind in the trend of reassessing economic security and supply chains. However, in reality, the country lags behind Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, and Malaysia, attracting foreign direct investments. This country must compete with its regional neighbors, attract foreign capital, and create job opportunities. Stable employment, characterized by an increase in the number of salaried workers and wage laborers, will stimulate household consumption, thereby fostering economic growth. The strengths and competitive advantage of the Philippines, we Japanese believe, is the power of its youth population. The demographic dividend is by far the longest in the ASEAN and Southwest Asian region. That means this country will continue to have a young and competitive workforce for decades to come. In order to capitalize on this advantage, it is essential for the Philippines to align demand with supply through job creation. We should consider prioritizing its efforts towards creating jobs. Inviting foreign capital will be essential for this. A young and competitive future workforce is very attractive. However, if foreign investors like us Japanese decide to invest in neighboring countries now, while neighboring countries are still competitive in terms of labor, the anticipated future competitiveness may not be realized. It is important to note, however, that the governments and our objectives are aligned. An attractive Philippines will invite a lot of investments, especially from Japan, leading to economic prosperity and the presence of more Japanese companies operating in the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Shimoda-san. And I talked to some Japanese companies, primarily exporters, no? But I want to hear from your experience. What are their top concerns, no, insofar as incentives are concerned? You mentioned earlier the certainty of incentives, no? Meaning, I think that's one of the items in the survey. No, there's this uncertainty of keep on changing incentive regimes. But other than that, what else, from your experience and conversation with Japanese companies, what else are the issues that are plaguing existing, no, those that are operating here, and also those that are potentially coming here to the Philippines?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To be frank, or to be honest, this is very sensitive, but I think most important is how to avoid from tax office involvement. So, sorry. So, prior to the CREATE Act, we were entitled with VAT exemption or VAT zero rating. So also SCIT or 5% gross income earned, which is relatively very easy to show. But after the CREATE Act, there are many issues we have to talk or we have to provide to the tax office or BIR or tax offices, you know. So again, how to minimize the contact with the tax office is the critical issue, I believe. To be honest. Yeah.
Thank you. Other than that, any How about the LGU? LGU, you're okay? I don't want to put you on the spot, but this is from your experience, not your personal, not your personal business, no, but your experience, because you're the president of the vice president of the Japanese chamber, so I know that you talk to a lot of your members.
Yes, sir.
No? And
also,
this is a general description of your experience. So not to put you on the spot, but it's good to put this on record so that the senators and also people who will read the transcript will understand why we are doing this, no? Why we are addressing all of these issues.
yeah, yes, sir. Therefore, the role of IPA is quite important. Between ourselves, foreign investors, and tax office or LGUs. So again, we are very supporting to this bill to reinforce the IPAs. We support. So I'm not saying LGU is the issue. We have many business with them, you know. Sometimes difficult, sometimes okay. You know, we need local partner. We have to collaborate with them. Sorry. So
Thank you. Well, I am just like President De Vanadera. I was a former mayor also myself. So not all LGUs are created equal. Some are progressive, some are not, admittedly. And that's why I really support the one-stop shop concept.
Yes, sir.
And that's really the essence of IPAs, no? The one-stop shop. No? So if I'm a business person, you only talk to one government entity, the IPA.
Thank you.
No?
Yes, sir.
In fact, when I was a mayor of Valenzuela, I always advocate you only talk to the local government once. This is when you renew your business license.
Yes.
The 12 months, we don't like to talk to each other anymore. No? Because businessmen are allergic talking to government, to be honest about it. No? To be honest. No?
Yes, sir.
So they just like doing business and that's it. No?
Yes, sir.
So we'll reflect that sense. And in fairness, again, in fairness to those who crafted this bill, if you look at the theme of this bill is to really bring back the one-stop shop concept. I'll describe that as one-stop shop, no? Meaning one point of contact for all your permits, one point of contact for tax payments. So that's why there's that 2% local business tax allocation, so that you only talk to one person and that person gives you 2%.
Yes, sir.
That's it. So,
Yes, sir.
yeah. So thank you for
Thank you very much, Chairman.
that feedback. I will also call on our other private sector resource persons. Here with us is Mr. Jack Madrid of IT Business Process Association of the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Nguyen, I want to, on behalf of IBPAP, appreciate the opportunity to present our views on SB 2654. We're optimistic that our comments will be considered and will lead to amendments that will provide more clarity, stability, and predictability to our incentive regime and strengthen the ease of doing business. The proposal to amend CREATE is a very important endorsement of the IT BPM industry and our ambition to generate more than 1 million more jobs to the country and increase foreign exchange revenues by over $29 billion US, which will be over 8% of our country's GDP. Our coverage as an industry now extends beyond Metro Manila, and we now have over 500,000 employees in the countryside, growing to 1 million by 2028, thanks to the stronger work flexibility and work from home regime that we have enjoyed in the past several years. Moving on to our comments on the Senate bill, but I'd just like to add that in general, we very much support the proposed amendments to House Bill 9794. We just have a few comments on Section 309 and a few additional comments in Section 294 and 295. We also find that the proposed version of the DOF to be very encouraging, and we hope to make some comments at a later time. So moving on to our specific comments on 2654, I refer to Section 3, which amends Section 294 of CREATE. This has to do with the proposed imposition of a business enterprise local tax at a rate not exceeding 2% of gross sales for RBEs availing of the enhanced deduction regime. We find 2% to be onerous. This could discourage enterprises from opting for the enhanced deductions regime. With the current wording in the bill, an LGU may still collect other fees, which actually happening quite a bit these days. And this is just the LGU tax. The RBE will still be liable to pay CIT to the national government. So we propose that the 2% should be reconsidered and lowered. Just to provide an example, there is one big LGU that is charging 0.75%. And so in addition to that, in line 4 of Section 3, we would like to insert the word fees after taxes so that the LGU can no longer impose any charges on top of the 2%. Moving to Section 4, which is amending Section 295, this has to do with recognizing the technical obsolescence as a reason for disposal of equipment earlier than 5 years. This should, in our view, already justify that an RBE need not pay taxes and duties due on the book value of the equipment. Our industry relies a lot on equipment composed of PCs and laptops, and it is often the case when these computers are no longer useful to our business even earlier than 5 years due to the faster rate of obsolescence. And so making the RBEs pay additional taxes and duties on the remaining life of the equipment is a big burden. On page 8, this now has to do with the expanding and redefining the scope of donees for the equipment. We would appreciate that this be revisited. This was already proposed by IBPAP because there are quite a number of government entities who have been asking members of our industry, companies in our industry, for donation of equipment. But many of our RBEs are not able to do so because they still need to pay additional taxes and duties on that equipment. On page 9, lines 10 to 13, with the current language, RBEs may still be subject to the BIR's discretion and what they will allow and recognize as VAT zero, rated local purchases of goods and services. So we propose that the IPA be specifically designated as the authority to determine the extent of coverage of the VAT zero rated items that are purchased locally. Moving to Section 309, which allows RBEs located in ecozones and free ports to implement telecommuting programs, including work-from-home arrangements at a 50% threshold. We find this a very welcome and much-awaited amendment to the law that can give greater encouragement to existing companies and players to expand under PEZA registration. The industry is grateful also for the preservation of the status quo in IPAs not administering ecozones and free ports, particularly in the BOI, as this provides a choice to investors who may need up to 100% work from home work arrangements. So in closing, I just want to say that amending CREATE is really a strategic opportunity to restore and boost investor confidence and alleviate bureaucratic and financial burdens. We urge the incorporation of a robust and centralized IPA framework to provide a comprehensive one-stop service for investors, shielding them from unnecessary bureaucracy and red tape. We want to thank the Ways and Means Committee for this opportunity to articulate our position. You can rest assured that IBPAP is committed to submitting a more detailed written position shortly and will always be available for more discussion. So thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Madrid. Let me just have a few clarificatory questions. The 2%, additional 2% for during your ED, the enhanced deduction, it's meant again to promote that one-stop shop, meaning instead of the LGUs going to you and imposing local tax, it's 2%, straight 2% going to our LGUs. No? So in that particular case, the IPAs will now just get the 2% and give it to the LGUs. Don't you think that is a good mechanism so that, again, we reduce the point of contact?
I understand that, Senator Win, but the 2% is based on gross sales.
Yes. So the concept is good. It's just the rate that is...
And the basis of
And the basis,
of
okay. And what do you think the rate should be?
Well, a point of example is one very major LGU currently is at 0.75%. So that has been the case for quite a number of years. So we would find that maybe a useful benchmark to
0.75%.
0.75%.
Okay. All right. And I think the 1% is really just to average everything, no? Because you have different industries, you have a manufacturing industry, you have a service industry, you have different sectors. So to make the life of the IPAs easy and also the BIR, it's just to peg it at one rate. No? But your suggestion is, or your benchmark is that 0.075. No? And then another question is the work from home. In our version here in the Senate, we also included that. And where's the world heading in terms of IT BPO work arrangements? I know that the pandemic, alam naman natin, the pandemic changed everything, no? Including work arrangements. And one thing the IT BPO learned, that pwede palang work from home. No? And I've seen that. In Valenzuela, we have tawag ko mini call centers. They have 5-10 people in one area connected to a bigger network. And the good thing is they don't have to commute all the way from Valenzuela to Makati. So they save on commuting. Quality of life have increased because the 2 hours going to Makati, 2 hours coming back, that's 4 hours of quality of life. Cost has reduced because they can cook their own food. Of course, electricity went up, water went up. But overall, if you average it up, for me, the quality of life is the most important, no? Because of the traffic. So I just want to understand from your sector, from your industry, where's the world going? No? And I heard you said this is a welcome development. But is the world going to that direction, or is it coming back to the old brick and mortar call centers?
You know, our industry, Senator, is composed of many sub-industries and sectors. So there is no one ratio for our industry as a whole. For example, we have a very active healthcare sector. We have an active banking, financial services, and then we have the contact centers. So contact centers, there is a gradual uptick towards returning to on-site. But we believe that this generation of our employee base really requires and strongly prefers flexibility. We cannot impose a number on them. It's not that everyone wants to work from home, but we just appreciate the flexibility. A lot of our workforce are composed of women who are mothers, who are taking care of their older parents as well as their children. And after experiencing the benefit of that, it will be very hard to force them back to 100% on site. So I think the future of work is about flexibility.
How will government determine whether, of course, the incentives will be based on the number of agents, that will dictate the revenue? How will the government now determine how, for example, you have 100 agents, because they're all scattered all over the country. So how is the mechanism to determine that?
Well, our member organizations monitor where their employees are quite efficiently, and in order to attract more job seekers to join our industry, we need to continue to be able to offer them flexibility, because forcing them back will cause many of our employees to resign. I mean, that's really the reality. And there are other options now, including the gig economy, which is 100% work from home, and those are unregistered companies. So we really think that the future is flexibility. But having said that, where we are today is we're seeing a gradual uptick to more on-site, probably in the 60 to 70% ratio being under hybrid, and about 30% being remote. But there is no one number for the industry as a whole. So we very much welcome the flexibility that is being proposed by the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll call on Mr. Villanueva of Clark Investors and Locators Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be part of this dialogue. And I'd like to express my appreciation for the recommendations made by the Office of the Presidential Advisor for Investment and Economic Affairs, and as well as DOF. I've attended a lot of these sessions in Congress, and this is the first time I really enjoyed hearing from DOF. Maraming salamat po. Of course, let me just say before I go into a specific one, basically what we're looking for in Clark is the reason for us being in Clark. For number one, it's to have Clark as a real pre-port zone with the cross-border doctrine. And of course, and it is also to deal with an empowered IPA. We don't have to deal with local government. We just deal with the Clark, with CDC. And that being said, so things that we like to do, to see are, of course, the protection of the cross-border doctrine. It has never been repealed, but it was rendered inoperative before by certain issuances. And then, of course, FIRB, we appreciate FIRB, but it would best work as a policy maker and monitor, somebody who monitors and recommends incent, but not as the one who approves and process. Because for one thing, this threshold, the 1 billion, whether it's 1 billion, 15 billion, I believe there should be no threshold. So long as an investor is coming in and abiding by the standard policies, the incentives that were recommended by FIRB, IPA should be allowed to approve this. Maybe FIRB can step in when a locator is looking for something else, an extra incentive, like what happened to Texas Instrument. They wanted a support on energy, power, so things like this. But other than that, if an investor is abiding by the terms that are in the law, IPA should be in a position to do it. Because from our experience, we handled a lot of our new investors chose to invest less than a billion, para hindi na sila dadaan sa national. They just want to deal with the IPA. Okay, and then of course yung one-stop shop is also great, of course. Now, with regard to the local government taxes after the incentives, I think Mr. Shimoda touched a strong point that the basis should not be gross sales. It should be gross income earned. And this is a proven formula because right now, the 5% GIE provides 2% of gross income earned to be given to local government units. LGUs are happy, locators are happy. Because again, there's no one figure that you can apply on gross income because whether if you're manufacturing, if you're a service or what have you, your ratio of net income varies. But if you apply the gross income earned as your basis, 2%, if you can make it 1%, much better. So that would be most helpful. And then of course, let me go to, I fully support yung mga proposals ng DOF, extended ITH, SCIT, and ED, perpetual VAT zero rating, duty exemption, perpetual presidential approval na mas marami, and then of course, yung also, the OPA's simplified expedited VAT refund and safeguards, of course, and now the other things maybe we could look at is, number one is, we noticed that transitory period for VAT exemption has been increased to 12% because of 12 years. We might have to increase it some more because it will take time before this law is passed. Baka maging 4 years na, maybe. And then of course, yes. I think cross-border doctrine, we've talked about that already to really improve it. And I do hope that DOF is ready to come because it is proposed that DOF will handle the tax refunds from now. But I do hope that they have the necessary personnel and mechanism in place. So, because we're looking at a huge backlog dito na matatapon sa DOF. And if this happens, I do hope that they prepare for this properly. And then, of course, maybe they should take advantage of the IPA to help process these VAT refunds because the IPAs are in a strong position to validate all the claims of locators. So we will submit a detailed position paper after we receive copies of the presentations that were made today. And again, we thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Villanueva. You mentioned earlier that the Senate version proposes to move the VAT refund application from the BIR to the DOF. No? So we plan to. That's a proposal. So we'll discuss that later on. No? It's something that I think DOF is surprised with, no? Because it's in the Senate version. So I don't think they've read the Senate version. So, but we'll discuss that later on. And the concept there is the BIR is driven to collect. That's their job. No? They're driven to collect. They're graded on their collections. Their key performance indicators are collection. So it runs contrary to refunds. No? So out of that philosophy, we propose to move the application for refund under the DOF because they have an office there called the Revenue Operations Group. Sa'yo yata yun, Attorney Asuncion, no? Who processes the request for tax exemption. Diba? So in other words, those who request for tax exemption go to them and they process them and give them tax exemption. It's the same philosophy as tax refund. No? So it's something to talk about. It's a proposal. So we'll hear from the DOF on their opinion on that proposal. All right. So next will be Ms. Goncillo of CONWEP. Any comments, ma'am?
Hi. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for this opportunity. On behalf of the Confederation of the Wearables Exporters of the Philippines, we would like to extend our gratitude to the Department of Finance, version, Office of the Senate, and the Office of the Special Assistant to the President for Investment and Economic Affairs on the version that were presented, because at this very critical time of our existence, these are welcome changes. Thank you very much. We need it. Right, Jack? Okay. Mr. Chairman, CONWEP welcomes this kind of intervention in pushing the much-needed changes and amendments in CREATE, which we've been, this is really a welcome intervention, and thank you to the Senate DOF. To the amendments in CREATE, which will enhance the competitiveness of the export manufacturing sector at this very critical period, as I have mentioned, since we have been losing out from our neighboring competitor countries like Vietnam and Cambodia. From a macro perspective, seeing the presentations earlier by my colleague, looking at the proposed amendments, we find this consistent with what the manufacturing sector needs, especially the export sector, as it clearly defines the parameters of the tax incentives and the coverage and the procedures. Even the IPA procedural concerns were also addressed, which was very important to us. This will allow, actually, Mr. Chair, our exporters to focus on more our valuable resources to improve productivity and provide incentive programs to empower our minimum wagers, at least, to bring home a higher take-home pay. You know where this will come from, Mr. Chair? This would easily come from the flexibility of not paying, of lifting the burden of the payment of the VAT on local purchases. So with that being lifted, and there's that we can apply for the VAT for the local purchases to assist us in our cash flows, this immediately can translate to our productivity programs, to enhance our productivity programs and empower our workers to really, bring home a higher pay compared to what they're having at the moment as minimum wagers. As you mentioned, Mr. Chair, getting the VAT refunds is another major concern, which we can discuss in the future, but so far, because allow us to emphasize that the importance for the tax refunds on a retroactive period should start as when the RBEs were required to pay the VAT, because that hanged for a period of time. On local purchases, covering the period when the CREATE IRR and the BIR issuances were made during that gap period. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the DOF, and we welcome the changes.
Thank you, Ms. Agoncillo. Let me now call on Mr. Kapinpin of Philippine Institute of Petroleum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. The Philippine Institute of Petroleum has always been very supportive of the call of the government for reinvestment and investments. No? However, Mr. Chair, as highlighted in today's meeting, one of the major barriers to the oil companies' investments will be the frozen working capital in tax refunds pertaining to sales of aviation fuel to international flights. Now, while the BIR is working towards an improved process for tax refunds, that still remains to be seen. No? Now, PIP is proposing that for Senate Bill 2654, an amendment in the tax code section 295, specifically section F, be made to state that the importation of jet fuel for sale or use in international air transport shall be exempt from excise tax and VAT upon importation or withdrawal from a refinery, in the case of local refiner Petron. Now, we maintain, Your Honors, that when we do this, this will reduce the burdensome process of filing of a tax refund to benefit both the BIR and the oil companies. Now, it is rather unfair that the oil companies will promptly pay their taxes upon arrival of the products, but will only get their refunds 5 to 10 years later if you're lucky. So somebody mentioned that getting a refund is harder than turning water into wine, you see. So the second one is that we also remove the barriers to supply, reinvestment, and more competition by freeing up this working capital. As we speak, the current refund pendings to the oil companies, I think, is more than 30 billion. 30 billion. Okay? Now, again, another benefit is that we can support the heightened push of the government for increased investments and tourism, because it will attract more international flights, as it assures the airlines of consistent supply and competitive prices of aviation fuel. Finally, Your Honor, we will also synchronize our tax laws and also align with the Philippine treaty obligation under the Chicago Convention, wherein contracting parties, states, should be free from taxes on international aviation fuel. That's all, Mr. Chairman, and we will also like to address other amendments by addressing this to a formal manifestation to your office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kapinpin. And just to go to discuss that, you mentioned earlier VAT refund on aviation fuel. So, and correct me if I'm wrong. When foreign airlines come here, obviously they refuel. They pay VAT first. No, they don't pay VAT. How does that work?
Okay, we cannot pass on the excise tax for imported aviation fuel to them, or local VAT in the case of Chevron, of Petron. We cannot pass that to them. We have to file for a refund for this.
So it's the oil companies who pay for the input tax, no?
Yes, yes.
And then they claim for refund because the theory there is these are international flights.
Yes.
So they're equivalent to an export.
Yes, excise tax free and VAT free only for international sales.
Only for international sales.
Only for international sales. And the oil companies have already advanced that, you see.
Okay. So for domestic flights, obviously they pay VAT and excise. No?
You pay.
But for international flights, the suppliers or the oil companies, they pay in advance, in other words, no?
Yeah, because you cannot release your products from the port if you don't pay the excise tax
So they
upfront.
pay excise tax, they pay VAT,
Yeah.
and then they have to justify that this fuel went to international flights.
You have to justify. That's the right word. You need to justify.
They justify. Okay, and then
You need to prove it.
But you said also that it typically takes about 5 to 10 years to get the
Yeah,
refund. So in
yes.
other words, the cash flow of those suppliers.
That's right. It's frozen, Your Honor. That's why I think the Chevron, Petron is here. Some of them are already withdrawn from certain airports because of, tied up capital.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity of meeting them in a consultative meeting. So I just want to put on record what's happening on the ground and what are the experiences of the supplier, so that we capture that on record. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. We call on, related to this, Ayata, Mr. Samuel David.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm here at the behest of PIP, just to demonstrate the impact this is having on the aviation industry. IATA is the International Air Transport Association. We are a collection of airlines of the world, representing about over 82, 83% of commercial air activity. We have around we're now in excess of 320 member airlines, among whom are Philippine Airlines, Cebu Pacific, and PAL Express. We are involved in many areas of aviation activity, and certainly fuel is a very important part of our business. About 25% of the operating expense of any typical airline goes to the purchase of aviation fuel. Of late, we've been expressing deep concerns about fuel security. Our government's thrust is really to build world-class airports, and we laud the government for its privatization campaign. As you know, by September, NAIA will be privatized, and there are very ambitious targets, growing capacity from the current 32 million, but there's actual passenger movements of about 38, 48 million right now. The ambition of the private operator, NNIC, is to grow that number to 65 million passengers per year through NAIA. That's just NAIA. There's, of course, a Cebu airport, there's a Clark airport, and many other international airports around the country, some of whom I think the intention is also to privatize. So big targets, big targets. But at the same time, fuel supply is an essential service that has to be delivered through the airports and to the airlines. Very difficult for airlines to expand the capacity when we are under threat of limited fuel supply. I think my colleague has been very quiet in mentioning the threats as we speak. One fuel supplier pulled out of Cebu insofar as providing international fuel or fuel for international flights. In Cebu, we have only one fuel supplier for international flights. Manila now is down to 3, but one of whom has announced that they are limiting their supply of fuel for international flights. We are seeing these airlines are coming to IATA and claiming that the number of responses to their bids for fuel supply has come down. There is depreciating interest in providing fuel for airlines. Fuel is among jet fuel sold in Cebu and Manila are among the most expensive in this part of the world now. Manila is the most expensive, and Cebu is number 3. We feel that a lot of this has to do with the current issues that my colleague from PIP has expressed. It was not like this before. While we laud the BIR's effort to streamline, to improve the documentation process for refunds, there's probably a better way. I think you hit the nail on the head, Senator, when you said that we have to take care of our current investors. To have investors pulling out is just not what we want to see, for the reasons stated. And we are beginning to see that, at least when it comes to the number of fuel suppliers for international fuel. Before, I don't know if you're familiar with this CBW process, this customs bonded warehousing process, where fuel is put into a depot and fuel supplied for international flights are sold, are released to airlines where the fuel supplier will not have to pay the VAT. So there is no refund process in the first place. And maybe it is the hope that we can look at that, we can revisit that process. Will certainly involve the Bureau of Customs in reestablishing maybe the possibility of a CBW to help even the BIR in terms of all the paperwork involved with the refund process when that refund process does not have to happen. Just one more point. Yes, you're correct that international airlines do not, or even Philippine Airlines, Cebu Pacific, do not pay the VAT on their international flights for the fuel. And that's covered not just by local laws, but also by conventions to which the Philippine government is a signatory. I refer specifically to ICAO, or the International Civil Aviation Organization. That's a specialized agency under the United Nations that allows really commercial activity to take place in a safe, reliable, and secure way, the way it is right now. They also have guidelines on duties and taxes to include fuel for international flights. So we are subject also as a signatory to those ICAO conventions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that. We are also joined by Dole Philippines, represented by their president and CEO, Mr. Takeo Niyunoya. Sir.
Thank you very much, Senate Wing, for the opportunity and today's occasion. My name is Toshikazu Otani. Takeo is the Global Tax Director. Sorry. As a sample of the FDI into your countries, not only Philippines but also for Japanese and the world, today I want to share some of our experience and the current situation just before going to our concrete recommendation. Actually, our global headquarters is Singapore, and we too moved to the Manila only after this year. And the purpose of our move in Manila is to find out the way how to survive in these countries. And our stakeholder, Itochu Corporation, they are the 100% shareholders of ours. We need to prove them we can do that. So that is our current situation. As for our business, it's a simple and remaining same in a long time. We grow the fruits in these countries and process and value added and export. 98% of our product is export to the world as good quality Filipino products at affordable price. So competitiveness is key for us. We have been doing this business since long, and all of a sudden, year 2017, we started having a difficulty to have the VAT refund. And it's still going on. Unfortunately, we try to find out the way and reason why that we are having a difficulty. Anything wrong we did for these countries, but I don't have the clear answer. But the situation remaining same. According to our thought, the VAT for exporter is my money. And if the money is with us, I spend this money for invest to the farm, invest to the factory, to include our competitiveness and increase our volume of the business. But unfortunately, money is not with us, and also if we invest more, it creates more VAT. That will be our burden. Our accumulated burden is already $6 to $7 million per annual as the interest. We are a good customer for the bank. So all these are the costs of us, and that is the reduce our competitiveness. And also, because of this interest, our corporate tax is getting less. That is reduce your revenue. So again, I would like to request and remind you that what is the original purpose of this VAT refund system? Yes. And if really current our situation is good gain for these countries, in a short, maybe in a 1 year, our VAT amount is depending on your different, but the 10 to 15 million US dollars. You may gain that for that years, but in the long run. And also if we cannot survive, you don't have any more future revenue. That is our current situation. So to improve that situation in a short term, that we have some recommendation that will be explained from the Takeo.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Takeo.
Thank you. Magandang hapon, and I'm honored to be here. Maraming salamat po. And so, as Otani-san just explained, well, first of all, the VAT is not a Philippine unique system. It's globally common system. And so all the investors think that for exporters, there should not be additional cost at all. So even if we deposit the money, it should be returned to us without too much effort or denials. However, for at least for like 3 years in a row, our VAT refund was totally denied, zero refund at all. Okay, and then we were forced to go to the CTA and then fight in the legal process. And then of course it will take like 10 years to really get the money back. And then that will, of course, incur the additional interest, and then that will reduce our competitiveness, of course. And then because of these situations, we are pushed to the edge that we have to think really, we can stay here or we have to leave. At least our shareholder does not allow us to make a major investment in the Philippines now, considering this situation, right? Our profitability, well, we run with a very small profitability for the affordable banana products, but with like 12% additional cost, 12% only the cost as additional cost. That's prohibitive to do the business here. Okay, so our humble wishes and the hope is first of all, by far, the most important is we want to be basically treated as zero rated. We, as Otani-san said, 98% export, and then therefore it's really no meaning with deposit money and then ask for refund. I hope that our company should be zero rated to begin with, so that we don't have to go through the refund process. Okay, and on this point, I very much welcome the suggestion from Ms. Lin and the Officer of the Special Assistant to the President that all the RBEs with 70% or higher export ratio should be exempt, and that I'm very much encouraged about it. But the thing is, for Dole, which has been here for over 60 years now, only our portion of business is registered, and then the rest is not registered. So if the wording stays as is, we will be left behind, and then we will not be saved. So I'm hoping that like something like Export Management Bureau or something can also certify the 70% or higher export ratio, so that we can register and then we can be exempted as well. So that's point number one. Point number two is, if in case the point number one is not given, then our humble request is really to transfer the admin process, the refund admin process, out of the BIL to a separate body. And from this sense, as Mr. Chairman explained and also written in the SB 2654, I'm so much encouraged to see that there is a proposal for the DOF Revenue Operation Group to handle the refund process, because truly BIL is there for the revenue target, and then therefore it is contradictory to the refund process. And then we want just to be fairly judged and determined based on the neutral body with a plain mindset. Okay, and then the third, the reason this has been happening is, well, because of the mindset of the BIL need to generate the revenue, but also the discretion given to the BIL. So that I think it is very important for the law to dictate and then limit the discretion to the governing body of the refund process. And for that purposes, I think there are several changes suggested in the HB 9794, and which are not yet included in the SB version. But I I really hope that those points are considered and then also included in the Senate bill as well. Okay, and also as to this attributable to wording, well, the word can be interpreted in many ways. So I hope that the law to be very clear, as clear as possible, so that the discretion room will be small. And as attorney under, recommended, I like that wording in your suggestion, so that the attributable to will be more clearly understood by everybody. Yes, so this is, yeah, the comments from my end. Thank you very much.
Clarify, the whole Philippines is not an RBE right now. Right now, at this.
Right now, we have a cannery operation in Polomolok that is registered, but all the banana plantation or the pineapple plantation outside the cannery, it's not.
It's not registered. That's why you have to pay input tax first, input VAT first, and then refund after. No?
Yes.
That's the reason why you claim for refunds.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And I'm really sorry to hear this. And this is this exact problem is a prime example of a multinational, Itochu for that matter. No? Itochu is a global company. You know, it's a company that has existed for hundreds of years.
158, 160.
160 years in Japan. No? It's one of the biggest companies in Japan, already operating in the Philippines, hiring people in the Philippines, contributing to our export. We all know that we need export, but they're under threat because of bureaucratic issues, especially red tape and VAT refund. No? And that sends a really bad signal to existing multinational companies and other multinational companies who are planning to come here. No? Itochu talks to, they have suppliers all over the world. No? They have customers all over the world. And I'm very sure that they are also asked whether the Philippines is a good destination to put their money in. No? And this is the kind of feedback that they will be giving their customers, no? and their clients. So the sooner we can fix this, the better for all of us. No? Because no matter what laws do we do, no matter what RMCs do we issue, no matter what issuance do we do, if our reputation is damaged, it's very hard to recover from that. No? And that's why all of these multinational companies, I view them as investment ambassadors, because they have people all over the world. No? They talk to people, investors all over the world. So in a way, they're also our ambassadors to promote our country. No? So I really apologize to hear this this problem happening to you, and rest assured that this committee the aim of this committee is to prevent that from happening, and on a later hearing, even internally, we commit to solve this VAT refund issues. So thank you for coming to this committee, and thank you for being forthright and honest with your experiences. This is the only way we will know what's happening to our investors here in the Philippines. But thank you very much for that, for your candidness. Thank you. I missed out one resource person from the consultancy firms, Attorney Molina of Deloitte, Philippines. Is she here?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for inviting us here and to share our comments. We're in the process of preparing a detailed proposal or suggestion to a particular section of the Create More bill under HB, under the House bill version. But I'll just summarize it for now. The current proposal contained in House Bill 9794 suggested amendments to the create law, which provides enhanced deductions to the taxpayers as follows. Additional 10% for buildings and 20% for machineries and equipment on its depreciation allowance as assets acquired for production of goods and services. Additional 50% deduction on the labor expense incurred in the taxable year. Additional 100% deduction on research and development expense incurred in the taxable year. Additional 100% deduction on training expense incurred in the taxable year. Additional 50% deduction on domestic input expense incurred in taxable year. An additional 100% deduction on power expense incurred in the taxable year. These incentives, which are termed as enhanced deductions in HB 9794, would essentially be deducted against the gross income earned by the taxpayers, resulting to a lower taxable income. While these would decrease the current tax expense of the taxpayers due to a lower taxable income, this may result to an effective tax rate lower than the 15% gross minimum tax under Pillar 2 of the BEPS rules. Thus, with the implementation of Pillar 2 rules, the proposed enhanced deductions in HB 9794 should be reevaluated to avoid any additional top-up taxes and to maintain competitive advantage of the incentives. Broadly, our recommendation is to reconsider certain enhanced deductions as tax payments. We will put that in a formal commentary later on, but basically that's our suggestion for now. In essence, as tax payments, this will be no longer considered or recognized as expenses in the books of the taxpayers. And therefore, this will not have an impact in computing the taxable income, but will be considered as taxes, which would consequently increase the ETR, or effective tax rate, of the taxpayer. The rationale behind the treatment of these costs as tax payments is to compensate the entity's investments in nation building and development with a commensurate benefit in the form of decreased top-up taxes. This will ensure that any incentives provided to these taxpayers will not be negated by the Pillar 2 rules. With this type of direct benefit and incentives offered, foreign investors will be more enticed to do business in the Philippines. In terms of tax administration, the BIR could ensure a more efficient collection from the taxpayers, since payment for the expenses above is direct to the accredited facilities. For the first 5 years of this special incentives regime after the election, these expenses credited against the total tax payments would be capped at 15% of its computed tax base. After the 5th year, the cap will be lowered to 8% of its computed tax base, with the 10% remaining allocated and paid to the BIR. Furthermore, after the 10th year, the special incentives regime will no longer apply, and the total tax due computed will be paid to the BIR. Any excess payment to the government accredited facilities, herein referred to as tax payments, over the initially computed tax due would be treated as an expense, and thereby reducing further the taxable income, resulting to a new tax due. After recomputing the taxable income and final tax due, any difference between the initially computed tax due and final tax due would be treated as a tax credit, which can be applied in the following years. Additionally, as provided in Section 294C of the Tax Code, a tax rate equivalent to 20% is imposed upon the taxable income derived from the registered projects or activities during each taxable year. For this proposal, we recommend lowering the tax rate to 18%. At this rate, the effective tax rate of the taxpayers will still be above the 15% gross minimum tax, while still providing competitive rates and incentives. As mentioned, we will be providing details of the various scenarios and simulations in our commentary. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney. We all heard some comments about local government units and their participation in investment promotion, and also how we plan to continue to promote the one-stop shop concept. So we invited also ULAP, the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines, to share their thoughts on these issues, or this topic.
Thank you, Mr.
Attorney,
Chair.
Mr. Lawrence Trinidad is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you for all the comments and the insights of our private partners that are here today. We are in the process of finalizing our position paper for the Create More. Let me share to you some initial thoughts that we have. So, the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines recognizes the importance of refining our tax incentives to promote equitable economic growth while ensuring fiscal sustainability. We acknowledge the efforts of Senate Bill number 2654 to drive the economy by establishing a more enticing investment environment by providing more incentives for businesses and investors through reforms for streamlining and optimizing tax collections and incentives. At this juncture, ULAP is still in the process of finalizing our official position paper, wherein key points and insights from today's hearings will be adequately considered pending the review and approval of the ULAP National Executive Board and our members. This is to ensure that our position accurately reflects the collective interests and perspectives of our member local government units across the nation. However, acknowledging that the proposal measures seek to stimulate investments to the country and amend existing local taxes lawfully imposed into businesses, we would like to bring into the conversation the critical role of local taxes in generating local source revenues and in diminishing the dependence of local government units to the national tax allocation. This is to increase the fiscal capacities of LGUs to deliver the needed services to their constituents. The services are health, basic education, nutrition, labor, solid waste management, and so forth. So further, ULAP would like the body to consider the specific fiscal implications of these amendments to the LGU revenues, particularly with respect to tax exemptions from local taxes and fees. We would like to hear from the DOF and other national government agencies so that we can better our understanding for the potential impact on local government revenues and financial planning for the succeeding years. Pending our submission of our official position paper, ULAP emphasizes the importance of ensuring that any amendments made to the National Internal Revenue Code should protect local government units in their autonomy, foster local economic growth, ensure fairness, transparency, and coordination between national and local governments, especially for the intergovernmental transfers that are in the prescribed bill, and ultimately bring a tangible net positive growth to the local communities and that is felt by the people. Once the position paper is finalized and approved by the ULAP National Executive Board, we will promptly communicate to your officer the position. Thank you very much.
Do you have any comment on that proposal? It's both in the Senate and the House version that government will get, local governments will get 2% of gross sales. This is when local governments will, investors will enter the enhanced deduction scheme, no? Because the enhanced deduction scheme allows the local governments to impose local taxes. But in this case, the proposal is to just impose 2% on gross sales, but the gross sale is still debatable. I know that some of our resource persons find it quite hefty. Any comments on that? And again, the intention of this is to promote that one-stop shop concept, no? So even under the enhanced deduction scheme or regime, we can still promote a one-stop shop and just give the local governments 2%, no? So that they will not impose any of those, the usual, no? Business taxes, fees, etc., etc. Well, any opinion on that proposal?
Mr. Chair, we're still trying to balance out the pros and cons of this proposed amendment. Number one, the first consideration that we're looking for, as you've mentioned earlier, the local government units have asymmetric capacities, not just in delivering services, but also in collecting those taxes, in imposing those taxes, and in collecting those taxes. Of course, this includes auditing, if tama po ba yung mga taxes that are declared to them. So different LGUs have different taxation rates. So imposing a national standard of 2%, we're looking if this would create a net positive effect for all LGUs so that these taxes will be more streamlinedly collected by the IPAs. However, the next consideration that we're looking for is, as we've mentioned, transparency and efficiency of the intergovernmental transfers between the collecting entity, the IPA, and to the LGUs. This is also, for example, have been looked into in the EITI. The world has established the Extractive Industries Transparency Index because of those intergovernmental transfers in mining industries as well. So So we are looking at those pros and cons. However, in the position of 2% gross sales, we would like to support the proposal of 2% gross sales rather than the 2% gross income, because it's not just the local business tax that are waived, but all other fees and taxes that are collected by local government units. So it's not just the LBT na kino-collect po niya, but other fees will also be waived. So hopefully we can push for the 2% local sales, or as recommended by the DOF. Thank you very much.
Well, gross sales is quite hefty, no? The top line yan eh. So it's a very hefty. Although when you evaluate business permit, it's really based on gross sales. No, it's really based on gross sales. But different LGUs will have different rates. No? For example, Makati will have a different rate. Valenzuela will have a different rate. So different. But the evaluation is really gross sales. No? For simplicity purpose. No? So that local government will not ask for your books and check your expenses. No? So, but for me, there's also beauty in this, because automatically local governments will be given their fair share. Whether it's gross sales or gross income, we'll determine that later on. But instead of the treasurer asking for the books of the corporations, the treasurer will just talk to the IPA, and the IPA will just give you the documents, and right away they are 2%. No? So in my opinion, if I'm a mayor, still, I would accept this. At least I don't have any more headache in talking to our taxpayers. No? Collection na lang ako ng collection. No? We have still a few more. Oh, okay. Si Attorney Bagro of U.S. ASEAN Business Council, we also invited them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the invitation. Thank you to the committee. So the U.S. ASEAN Business Council is a nonprofit organization composed of 175 U.S. companies that counts as its members that do business in ASEAN. We welcome the DOF the DOF version, and also the recommendations from the Office of the Special Assistant of the President for Investment and Economic Affairs, and we look forward to providing our inputs to these versions. There's one particular issue that we'd like to raise at this point, Mr. Chairman, and this is regarding the creditable withholding taxes. Several of our companies have at least 6 billion pesos in excess creditable withholding taxes that already endanger their operations. For low profit types of businesses like sales and distribution, the CWT system has resulted in significant undue burden of advanced excess tax payments that are grossly disproportionate to the actual liability, tax liability of these companies. So at present, there's no effective process for refunding these excess CWTs. While we welcome the ease of paying taxes and the revenue regulation that prescribe the maximum processing time for refunds, at present there is still no published list of documents for refund claims. We note that in the House-approved version of Create More, House Bill 9794, Section 3 of that reduces the minimum CWT rate from 1% to 0.5% on purchases of goods and services. We note that some of the companies in the wholesale and distribution business have already established that there is significant excess CWT at the current rate of 1%. and we would like to the committee to consider including that provision in the Senate version as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Bagro. We have called on all of our resource persons. We have a few government resource persons, but I'll call on them later on for some questions. But I'd like to go back to the DOF. And like I mentioned before, the biggest elephant in the room is VAT, no? VAT issues, both refunds and also the practice of the separate customs territory. No? And in fact, the incentives in this hearing, in the conduct of this hearing, the incentives actually play a second role. It's more on the VAT refunds, no? Because the VAT refunds are cash flow trapped on the part of the investors or on the part of the companies. So we'd like to go into that, no? And like to ask DOF, what are we doing in order to address the VAT refund issues? No? In the EOPT, we have already implemented or specified some mechanisms to improve the process. First of all is a risk-based classification for VAT refunds. So companies like Itochu, I would consider them low risk. No? So pag low risk ka na and you're always applying, obviously you should be given a green lane or an automatic refund. No? If you have various tax issues, then you're considered high risk. Then that's a problem. And we also included in EOPT a post-audit of COA with risk-based classification. I know this is something that COA has been quite vocal about, but again, no, we want to classify our VAT refund applicants using a risk-based mechanism. And then we also removed the liability from the BIR. No? For example, if the COA disallowed the refund, it will not be charged to the BIR employees. I know that's another sticking point to BIR employees, because if you refunded billions, how can they give back the billions? No? And then we also simplified the invoicing requirements. We took out, let's say, the business style and other requirements. So, and in case of BIR inaction during the 90-day period, the taxpayer can appeal to the CTA. No? So these are the things that we included in EOPT, but I would like to ask two questions. Number one, what is DOF doing to improve the VAT refund experience? Number two, have we implemented all of these EOPT features to improve the VAT refund experience? Two questions. Anyone from the DOF or the BIR can answer that.
Sir, our revenue operations group will give an update.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Okay. First of all, the rules on VAT refund under the tax code are set to safeguard the government's revenue streams. Such mechanisms ensure the legitimate refunds are efficiently processed, minimizing errors, and preventing fraudulent claims. Having said this, though, we are aware and we do understand the plight of our taxpayers. And the policy of the DOF has always been to ensure the prompt return of overpaid taxes to eligible taxpayers. When we promptly refund taxpayers' monies, the government upholds fairness and maintains trust in the tax system, ultimately safeguarding the revenues and ensuring fiscal responsibility. Two types of tax refunds are being raised actually in this committee today. One is the VAT refunds, and the other is the general tax refund. On both items, we have been very active in proposing and supporting amendments to the tax code to improve and make efficient the refund system. For VAT refunds, we have worked on adopting and implementing the enhanced VAT refund system, which instituted the 90-day VAT refunds in the train law. On general tax refunds, the EOPT law requires us to process refunds quicker and with minimal requirements. So aside from public consultations held by the BIR on the revenue regulations to implement these measures, the DOF has continuously actively engaged with the businesses and chambers and other stakeholders in discussing their issues and concerns on the VAT refund system. We are grateful for this opportunity to discuss the tax refunds with this committee. In the DOF, at the assumption of our secretary, we formed a TWG to specifically address VAT refund issues. At our meetings thus far, some key items are already apparent. The classification of VAT refund claims under the EOPT would be very helpful to both taxpayers and the BIR, while the BIR also is able to meet the 90-day deadline for VAT refunds. Denied claims go to court, and it does take a while for the courts to resolve these matters. There's also more confidence on the side of the BIR in granting the refunds with their COA issue resolved. And lastly, digitalization is necessary. The full implementation and expansion of the e-sales reporting system under the TRAIN law to all VAT-registered taxpayers, and the automation of the VAT refund system should be had. And we hope the committee can help us, can support us develop these systems. On the specific items under the pending bills in the committee, on considering the list of requirements in the requirement list of VAT refunds as exhaustive, we agree with this proposal. However, there are also instances when it is beneficial for taxpayers to present additional substantiation requirements, especially when they raise defenses beyond what their receipts or other documents that are in the RMOs show. On conducting regular public consultations, we also agree with this proposal to hold consultations between the BIR and taxpayers on refunds. On subjecting low-risk claims to minimal verification requirements under the EOPT revenue regulations, we already stated there that for low-risk VAT refund claims, these are not subject to verification on terms of their sales and purchases. On providing a reconsideration mechanism, we support allowing taxpayers the opportunity to request for reconsideration on the denial of their VAT refund claims. In most cases, prior to the issuance and decision of the decision of the BIR on refunds, the BIR already gives taxpayers the opportunity to provide lacking substantiation requirements or additional proof to support the justification they raise for their refunds. We actually have assisted dole also on other companies as well on this. Putting this into law will effectively extend due process, as mentioned by Attorney Baladad, to our taxpayers. On transferring the processing of VAT refunds to the DOF Revenue Operations Group, under the Administrative Code, the BIR and BOC are under the supervision and control of the Department of Finance through the Revenue Operations Group. As such, the ROG sets policies on tax and customs matters and ensures that tax and customs laws are properly implemented at the administrative level. While we are considering this proposal, please allow us to study the impact of operationalizing this and the technical, functional, and administrative implications of such to the DOF and the BIR. On the question of the implementation of the EOPT provisions on VAT refunds, we have already issued the revenue regulations on these matters, and the following revenue memorandum orders and RMCs are being issued soon to clarify some of the matters in the RRs. Thank you, sir.
So in short, Attorney Asuncion, all of these EOPT features that we included, when are they going to be operationalized?
These are already effective, sir, upon the issuance of the RR. Yeah, during upon the issuance of the RR, which is on April 27, 2024.
So the risk-based mechanism is already being implemented.
Yes, this is already being implemented.
Has this been cascaded to our applicants? So, for example, in risk, low risk, medium risk, high risk, this type of classification, is that operationalized already?
So the application is prospective. So upon the effectivity of the RR, all applications filed are already being classified to low, medium, and high risk, sir.
And that's understood by our applicants and taxpayers? Meaning that's cascaded? Parang I don't hear anything about it.
We have already conducted, during the public consultation for the revenue regulations, sir, we have apprised them already of the plans on the classification. Right now, sir, we're doing road shows for our revenue officers so they can cascade to their respective RDOs what EOPT has po.
Okay. But when will our taxpayers see that that mechanism being implemented, the risk base? I understand it's being roadshow. There's an information drive, but when is the actual applications? Meaning when they apply for a refund.
When they apply, sir,
pwede na yan.
yes,
it's already implemented. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And for example, if you're what is a low risk classification? Anyone can BIR can
I will
answer.
pass this question to the BIR.
So what's a low risk classification? How is an applicant classified a low risk?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. So under the revenue regulations that we issued, the low risk classification will entail no verification at all. So we also have medium and high risk. So in defining, in classifying a particular claim as low risk, we make use of certain criteria. 3 of the criteria are defined in the tax code, which are the amount of claim, and then the frequency of claim, and the other one, tax compliance history of the claimant. Now, for other risk factor, we also identified that although the RMO is soon to be released because it will also undergo review by the Department of Finance, we will ensure that all applications after the effectivity of the RR that we issued, we will implement this classification, the low, medium, and high. So yun sir, yung low classification. Kung nag-fall yung claim doon sa low, of course, whatever the amount of claim that the claimant will file will no longer undergo verification like we do today. Before.
And then what you mentioned those criteria, but can you cite specific example, like for example, the amount? How much is the amount?
May table kasi.
For example, you said the history of compliance.
We put some weight on the amount. Like for example, we have a matrix on that. RMO.
It's a snapshot, no? Because we.
For example, the amount of claim is big. So
what is big? 10 billion?
May amount,
1 billion?
sir. May parang threshold, certain period amount. No, RMO. Okay. So may computation po yun, sir. May matrix, may ilalabas naman namin yun sa aming website, yung RMO na yun, so the claimant may know. Although there are parang apprehension before that if we are going to be transparent on the manner on how we are going to classify the claim as to low, medium, and high, may tendency baka mamaya yung claimant mag-ano siya na, dapat ganito lang ang i-file natin claim because para ma-classify tayo ng low. So yun nga yung apprehension namin. However, because we were going to issue talaga yung RMO, wala ta kaming choice but we have to disclose.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, there are other criteria, diba? So
yes,
that's
sir.
not the only determinant.
That's not the only.
So, and I mentioned before that I filed a resolution, so we'll go deeper into that. But I just want to get, just for everyone to appreciate this risk-based mechanism. I just want them to appreciate for the low risk, how can they be determined as low risk? For example, in one of the criteria is your history, correct?
Yes, sir. So we have record of claimants. So based on their claims prior to EOPT, merong mga claimants na compliant on all the requirements. So yun, pwede silang mag-fall dun sa low risk criteria, sa low risk classification. So yun po tinitingnan kasi kasama yan kasi other risk factors that may be identified by us. So yun, papasok po yun doon. Yung tax compliance history ng BIR, ito yung may titingnan tayo, yung compliance nila with other matters. So may mga weight po kaming binigay dyan sa bawat parameter na in-identify dyan, may certain weight. And then, pagka kinumpute, actually, mayroon kaming simulation na ginagawa dyan because we wanted the classification be automated. We are discussing this with our ISG para naman hindi manual yung pag-identify, pag-determine namin ng classification nila.
In other words, if an applicant applies now for a VAT refund,
Manually pa po, sir, siya na i-identify because not yet ready po yung automated classification.
okay, but it's already, the risk base is already being enforced.
Yes, sir. Should
right
be.
now. Okay.
Although the RMO is still not signed.
Pwede ba yun? It can be implemented without
because
the RMO?
the RMO, although it will undergo the review of the Department of Finance, we're still going to discuss that. The approval of the RMO is lodged with our commissioner.
Oh, no, but let me just put it
Right
let
now,
me clarify.
Apo.
We have to be very, very clear with this. If an applicant applies
Now.
tomorrow,
we will.
the risk base is already being the risk base
Should
will
be.
be implemented on that application.
Yes, sir. Should be. Yes, sir.
Despite yung wala pa
Kasi
yung
may RR naman po.
Okay,
Opo.
okay. All right. Let's be clear. No?
Hello, sorry, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, two things. One, about the timing of the implementation. If I remember correctly, under the IRR, the IRR is effective after 15 days, but it says, I think this risk-based approach will be implemented after July, if I'm not mistaken, sorry.
When we issued RR, the RR, it was already removed. During the public consultation, there was a timeline on when that risk classification will be applied.
Right.
So when the RR 5 2024 becomes effective, that's the time we will apply also. April 27 is the effectivity of RR 5 2025. 5 refund.
Okay,
5,
so it's not July. So
Not
since
July.
April 27, that's already a few weeks ago. So that's why the risk-based mechanism is already being enforced. No? Tama? Attorney Asuncion, can you acknowledge that through the mic?
Yes, sir. It is being
Okay.
enforced already.
Yeah, because that's a reform that EOPT has undertaken. And even prospective, our taxpayer will take that. At least yung mga airlines, because that's a day, there's flights every day. No? There's flights every day. There's exports of bananas every day. So they'll take that. No? As long as, and they're very confident. These are big, for example, the petroleum companies, these are multinational companies, no? Shell and Chevron as well. No? So I would assume they will fall under a low-risk category because of their reputation. No?
Clarification, Your Honor. For the claims of the refund claims of the international carriers and petroleum companies, these are actually falling under Section 204, not the VAT refund under 112, sir. Under the general tax refund, sir.
A VAT
not-
claim.
Yes,
How
sir.
about
So we're
on the
not
input tax side?
For the input tax side, if they're exporters, they would fall under 112, sir. But the refund claims under Section 109, Section 109U of the tax code on the petroleum products that are imported by international carriers, these are under the refund is under Section 204, sir.
Okay. But what are those components that they are refunding? Excise tax is one.
Excise tax,
What else?
excise tax and VAT po.
And the VAT. So the VAT will fall under the VAT
Section
refund?
204 po.
Under this,
Yes,
the VAT
sir.
refund?
No, sir. Section 204, general tax
Okay.
refund, sir.
Okay, so he will. Maybe we should also look at that then, no, to address their concerns. We'll take note. The committee will take note of that as well. No, if we can do this for the VAT refund, then we have to do this for the entire refund process. No, again, it clogs up their cash flows. The other issue I want to asked to DOF is the cross-border doctrine. No? I think we've heard of that issue. And I've heard of that particularly when I went to Clark and to the other IPAs. No? In the beginning, anything that goes into a separate customs territory is already zero rated. No? But right now they have to pay VAT, and it will be refunded if they are qualified. No? And that also presented a lot of complications in their operations because number one, determine what is exclusive and directly. No? And then number two, the process also takes time. No? So how are we addressing that issue? How is DOF and addressing that issue?
Mr. Chair, the issue on cross-border doctrine will be addressed by the proposal of the DOF in granting of value-added tax exemption on importation and VAT zero rating on local purchases of registered export enterprises and those domestic market enterprises that has investment capital exceeding 15 billion pesos or exporting with an annual export of 100 million US dollars or its equivalent in foreign currency. The cross-border doctrine was abandoned because under the train law, there are certain transactions that will be subjected to the 12% VAT upon the establishment of the VAT enhanced refund system. Under the CREATE Act, it was further qualified that only those transactions that are directly and exclusively used in the registered project will be entitled to the VAT exemptions or VAT zero rating. So that's the position now. But that's the situation now. But we want to address that by giving a clear guidelines under the DOF proposal on the create more.
Those guidelines, how is it going to? What is that? Those clear guidelines that you mentioned?
Basically, Mr. Chair, the DOF proposal will already allow VAT zero rating and VAT exemption for all transactions that are directly attributable to the activities of the registered export enterprises. And it also clarified that all local sales will be subject to the 12% VAT.
All
local sales po.
All local sales.
Yes,
Oo.
Regardless of market orientation or investment capital.
Let me go to the directly attributable. I think si Attorney Asnar made a good point. Now, how do you operationalize that?
Mr. Chair,
how do you operationalize
under
yung
the
directly
current VAT system,
attributable?
we are already using the directly attributable. As long as the activities or the expenses or costs can be attributed to the activity, it may be claimed or enjoy VAT zero rating and VAT exemption.
I'll cite some examples, no, and I'll use the presentation of the special assistant. And I saw this in the revenue regulations. For example, janitorial services, security services. For example, for BPOs, these are manpower intensive. We're talking about thousands of people. Impossible naman walang janitorial services. That will be untidy. Also, it's impossible not to have security services because people come and go. People go in and out. Human resource. Diba? So, these are very manpower intensive industries. So, are these services now considered directly attributable?
In general, sir, Mr. Chair, in general, these costs and expenses can be attributed to the registered project. However, if the business enterprise have more than one activities, one registered and one not registered, meaning one has incentives and one has no incentives, the cost for the janitorial services can be allocated between the two activities. But if the RBE has only one activity, it follows that if it's entitled to the VAT exemption and VAT zero rating, all the costs will be considered VAT zero rating or VAT exempt.
Ito nga, specific example nga, human resource. How do we classify this? This is directly attributable or not attributable?
Yes, it can be directly attributable if the RB, for example, sir, a call center company, it has no other activities aside from the call center registered with an IPA. So all costs or expenses attributed to the HR can be claimed as VAT zero rating or VAT exempt if it is a registered export enterprise.
Okay. And how about itong mga janitorial services?
Same po. Same,
Ganun
the
din
same principle will apply, sir.
Kasi ang iba yata in practice, kung in janitorial, nasa hallway, hindi na tinatanggap eh. Dapat nasa loob. But you cannot say, oh, janitor, maglinis ka sa kwarto, hallway, no? You cannot do that. Iba yung hallway sa janitor, iba yung hallway sa planta, no? You cannot do
Mr.
that.
Chair,
you have one janitor cleaning the entire place.
Mr. Chair, because under the CREATE Act, there is a strict interpretation of the directly and exclusively used. So that's why we're changing it to directly
I'm just testing you.
attributable.
I'm just testing examples so that everyone will understand. I'm just citing concrete examples so that we're simulating how this will be implemented. Okay. So janitorial can be if it's if the business is really using that. Okay. All right. Any comments, Attorney Aznar? Do you want to join in the discussion, because you raised a very good point, and I wrote that in my notes. How do you operationalize that? No? Because we might have different interpretations along the way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, actually, Mr. Chair, in the examples given earlier, so it means that if there is really one registered activity, then consequently all the expenses, be it janitorial, security services, they will be considered directly attributable, right, sir?
That is correct, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
okay. So in that case, Mr. Chair, if I may, so to avoid doubts in the interpretation of the directly attributable to or attributable to, we may define it already in the proposed law that the one that I mentioned a while ago, Mr. Chair, that if all the income of the RBE is earned from its registered activity, then all its importations and purchases shall be considered directly attributable to the registered activity. So that in terms of application of VAT zero rated or VAT exemption, it's very clear already, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You may submit to us your proposed language. We'd appreciate that, no? So we
yes,
can
Mr.
include
Chair.
that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may also.
Yeah, go ahead, Attorney De Los Santos.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going back, because perhaps the committee would like to consider also, because as correctly pointed out, no, in the past, no, relating to the cross-border doctrine, no, all purchases, and that is not limited to directly exclusively, as in practically all, but because of that provision, I think at their train, no, which made it now subject to VAT, subject to enhanced VAT refund system, that actually sort of clogged the system, because it somehow it definitely increases the amount of taxes that are being passed on that will be refunded anyway later. So perhaps one of for consideration would be in relation to this VAT refund to reduce the refund efforts, no, is to make it go back prior to the train, which is to make it automatically zero rated. And that is regardless of whether it's directly or exclusively. So we don't have to worry about is it directly, exclusively. All purchases, because we apply the cross-border doctrine, what goes into the zone are treated as if it did not went through the Philippines. It's a foreign soil. So that's basically the principle of this export are not being taxed. And once it goes to a zone, that's already an export, and therefore should be treated as zero rated. Rather than being passed on VAT and then later on get a refund, it just overwhelms the system. As well, it also attracts more and varying interpretations that creates this VAT system, refund system more controversial. Perhaps that's the reason why it became controversial now more than ever. Because now in the recent years, the enhanced VAT refund system took effect that immediately triggered the passing of VAT to all practically registered enterprises. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You may
Mr. Chair,
respond.
may I
Attorney.
respond? Mr. Chair, we do not support the restoring the cross-border doctrine because under our proposal, if you are an export enterprise, regardless of location, whether you are BOI registered or inside the Clark economic zone, you can enjoy VAT exemption and VAT zero rating. So it will only complicate the system if we distinguish the enterprises by its location. So we are now recommending that the VAT zero rating and VAT exemption will apply to all exporters and to select DME, domestic market enterprises. So regardless of locations.
The point of Attorney De Los Santos is simplification, so that there's no more checking whether it's direct or exclusive. No? That's the...
Yes, Mr. Chair, but I think if I hear it right, what they're suggesting is that there's no cross-border because whether it goes to a zone or doesn't go to a zone, outside a zone, but for as long as the purchaser are both registered enterprises, they're entitled to zero rating. And that's regardless of whether it's directly attributable or not. That's even better. I mean, again, it's fair and it's simple to both all the registered taxpayers regardless of location, if that's what.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, the VAT exemption and VAT zero rating will only apply to registered export enterprises and to select the domestic market enterprises, those with investment capital exceeding 15 billion and or export sales of 100 million US dollars. So the direct and exclusive, directly attributable only points to the different activities of a registered business enterprise. So if there is only one activity and it's registered with an IPA, regardless of costs and expenses, it will qualify as directly attributable. There is no need to qualify which is direct, unlike the provision under the CREATE Act. It's more on activity-based na po. Hindi na po siya expense or cost-based. As long as ginamit sa activity, they can be claimed. Unlike before na kailangan directly ginamit ng call center agent or kailangan ginamit dun sa manufacturing activity.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
So,
Mr. Villanueva and then Attorney Villar. Go ahead.
So, what is the point of having a pre-port zone if you do not distinguish between those everywhere? So right now we're paying a huge premium to operate within a pre-port zone, and that is all over the world. They recognize the cross-border doctrine in all pre-port zones. So why don't we go with the standard? I think that is one of the things that has really been discouraging a lot of people, a lot of our locators. A lot of our locators are looking elsewhere, and a lot of our prospective locators chose not to come inside because of that very issue, that the cross-border doctrine, which is internationally recognized, is rendered ineffective here in this country.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I also support and
go ahead.
Marita Agoncillo? Yes, I'd like to support the points raised by because it complicates the zone. We're export manufacturing, so we bring in materials, we bring out export goods. So if you're saying you're not recognizing the cross-border doctrine, remember that is BOC aligned to that perspective? Because that's a dangerous one. Because once we bring in the materials into the PEZA, our materials for export is subject to the cross-border doctrine that we don't pay taxes for our own supply materials, no? Like in my case, garments, my tela, okay? So that I can re-export it out and that's where the cross-border doctrine happens. Now, the point is, even abroad, that's, I think, the emphasis of the gentleman on the other side, that parang it complicates the thinking of investors. When DOF says that we are not, it's, I think, semantics and terminology. When you say na you're not recognizing cross-border doctrine, when the other ASEAN countries, our competitor countries, are operating export zones, and that's how we are all attuned, and that's our language. So we have to be very careful in stating that, because the cross-border doctrine cuts across globally. It's a policy that we conform to. It's diba? So now, especially for export, for goods, na yung goods material comes in, it's duty free because it's supposed to go out duty free. So yun lang, sir, parang kasi pati BOC, are they aligned na yeah. Yeah. And then another points, Mr. Chair, is the classification of the risk factors or the mitigating risk factors in the application of VAT refund. If we can look further into that, because if we would like to recommend that DOF considers the recommendation of the IPA as far as when a company is already requesting for a refund. The IPA knows the investor, no? So parang there should be a little consideration that the IPA is recommending can recommend to the DOF, kasi sir, parang complicated yung risk factor na low, medium, high, based solely on DOF's parameters. But if IPA can be given, the IPAs can be given some flexibility in endorsing and recommending to the DOF the fast refund of these companies for the VAT refund, it would be appreciated if that could be considered.
Thank you. Attorney Villar?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think we're trying to clear things here, no? Yung removing the gray areas, kasi they're adding qualifying words, yung directly, and then yung activities related to it. Why do we need to have those words? Yung kasi nagko-complicate in this topic of the cross-border and yung sa what's this? The zero rating. It used to be just very straightforward before the train. If the company operates in an export zone, all its expenses, direct or indirect, or all its purchases from that are subject. They can claim the zero rate input tax on that one. So, but now adding these words, yun nga, directly, exclusively, parang it just limits it to direct cost, no? What happens, yun nga, kina-clarify. What about the cost of obtaining security services, janitorial services? These are indirect expenses of the company. So let's say the company or the IT company obtains the services of a consulting firm. So of course, these are not direct costs, but indirect costs for them. And terminology ng accounting, so maybe that's, if it will help in the definition or clarification, if we can remove na lang yung mga qualifying words, just make it maybe straightforward to have a better understanding, for mas general na lang siya.
Yes, Attorney Asdar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, actually, no, the proposed definition earlier in the directly attributable to is just to manage the impact of the suggestions on applying the VAT zero rate or VAT exempt. But actually, if it will be permitted, it's really better for the taxpayers to just really consider these purchases as exempt from VAT, because on the question of, because I have heard earlier that create law repeals the cross-border doctrine. Perhaps there should be real scrutiny on whether that cross-border doctrine has been repealed, because I think it's still there. I was trying to Google it or browse on it. Section 8 of Republic Act 7916. Well, this provides that ecozone shall be managed and operated by TAPEZA as a separate customs territory. So I think if we read the create law, there's nothing there in the mandatory provisions that amends this portion. So perhaps this can also be included in the evaluation. If this is not repealed or not amended, then still that cross-border doctrine is still existing, and hence it will simplify everything. No, I mean, of course, that is better for the taxpayers, and perhaps we can consider that in the evaluation. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Villanueva.
Yeah, and may I add that in several sessions with the original framers of the CREATE law, it was stated by the lawmakers that it was never their intent to repeal or the cross-border doctrine. The cross-border doctrine was only rendered inoperative by the IRR and the other issuances of BIR. That was what we consider as legislation by administration.
I think the directly and exclusively had unintended consequences. No, I think that was the part of the reason. No? But I want to understand from Attorney Aure, what is the case against going back to the original cross-border doctrine? What is the case against that? Of course, whether it's directly and exclusively or directly attributable, it will be the same. No, anything that is related to your activity, that will be, and that service or that good will be entitled to VAT zero rating, VAT exemption. No? Unlike before, everything that goes in, kaagad, na ba? VAT exempted and zero rated. So, what is the case against going back to the old regime?
Mr. Chair, our position is to simplify the tax incentive system, and to make sure that those who will enjoy the incentives will really provide additional value to the economy. A good example would be a fast food chain located inside an ecozone and will enjoy VAT zero rating and VAT exemption, as one compared to another fast food chain located outside the zone who will have to pay VAT and duties, for example. And if we compare the prices, Mr. Chair, they're the same.
Meron bang fast food chain enjoying zero rating and exemption?
Yes, Mr.
During the old regime,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now ba meron pa?
Recently, meron pa po.
Ano ini-export niya?
Yun po
dapat export lang?
Fast food, pero pag tinignan po natin yung receipt, it's VAT zero.
But you have to be an exporter, correct?
Should be, but because of the old regime, because they are considered a separate customs territory, they can enjoy all the benefits.
But right now, is there a fast food that is enjoying zero rating and exemption?
Yes, sir.
But that fast food should be exporting.
No, sir.
Hamburgers, diba?
It's serving in the ecozone.
But how come they're entitled?
That's also our question, Mr. Chair. That's why we want to minimize those instances by removing the cross-border doctrine. But actually, we don't want, because I will have to address, Mr. Chair, the issues raised. The recommendation of the DOF is to allow VAT zero rating and VAT exemption to all exporters, registered exporters. So even if you are located outside the economic zone, you can enjoy the VAT zero rating and VAT exemption. So you don't have to locate inside the economic zone. But if you think because of the proximity to the port, better electricity supply, good internet, you can choose. That's the advantages of locating in an economic zone, including the security, the services offered by the ecozone administrator. Those are the advantages that they cannot find if they will locate outside the economic zone. So those are the advantages. But in terms of tax incentives, all equal regardless of location. That's our proposal. But we will welcome any suggestions for us to study.
Mr. Chair?
Now go ahead, Attorney C.
Well, if that's the case, Mr. Chair, of the DOF, then there's no reuse of Section 309 on prohibited activities in the ecozone. So even if you're outside the zone, you can register with PESA. Even if you're with PESA, you can work 100% work from home. because as long as you're exporter,
Mr. Chair, if okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, because I think for exporters, no, in the past, no, located in PESA, so cross-border is the reason why it's zero-rated. Now, even without cross-border, it's zero-rated anyway. For as long as not limited to those directly exclusively, but practically as you mentioned, sir, no, everything will be zero-rated anyway. So that should be fine. No? But I also like to understand that even how about the non-ecozone enterprises, and the UF is saying that they also wanted to have a fair treatment, and therefore they will likewise be zero-rated. I mean, that's even fine also for the for those not located in the ecozone. But I think if we go back to history, I think the reason why there was this cross-border doctrine, and it's a fenced zone, because it supposedly discourages or makes it impossible, like sort of a technical smuggling, where what goes inside the zone cannot be brought out without paying the necessary taxes and duties. But if we extend this kind of VAT and import VAT zero rating or exemption and VAT zero rating on local purchases to even outside the zone, it's difficult to monitor what goes out because there is no fence. And therefore, that could perhaps the reason why for ecozone, you're secured. So everything should be zero rated. But outside the zone, it's difficult to monitor, and it might breed some kind of technical smuggling. And that's perhaps the reason why in the old law, all ecozones are zero rated purchases. Outside of ecozones, zero rated only direct materials and direct packaging materials. Because definitely, or more likely, it's easy to monitor direct materials and packaging materials. Outside of that, janitorial or etc., it's difficult where the janitor really sweeps because there's no zone. I think that's the. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair? Yeah, I remember during the deliberation of train and create, these two, because this topic crossed two laws. And I remember the issue there was number one, leakage, because even though it's zero rated, it's not being used for their export activity. No? And then also smuggling, no? Because you can bring in goods there, and then we all know naman when in some of the IPAs, when you bring out goods, it's quite lax. No? So there's also that issue. So that's why during the deliberation of this of train and create, we all agreed to put this because of those examples. But I also want to get more concrete examples now that we have implemented this law for a number of years already. I want to get from the DOF, BIR, FIRB, concrete examples of leakages, activities of smuggling due to that quote-unquote cross-border doctrine, meaning giving everything zero rating, everything VAT exemption as long as you go into the zone. No? So I want to get a concrete example because by imposing the directly and exclusively and also directly attributable, tama si Attorney Villar, you're creating a qualification. And that qualification needs to be determined, and in this case, determined by the BIR. No? In that determination creates complication also. No? That's why I hear examples of, for example, yung kuryente. No? Isa yung kontador nyo, isa yung bill mo. How do you determine kung directly attributable yung itong megawatt, itong kilowatt na ito, or itong kilowatt na ito, not directly attributable? No? And that creates, number one, that creates a lot of red tape because they have to collect a lot of certification, they have to collect a lot of documents, and then at the same time, it's also burdensome on the part of the taxpayer. So mayroon siyang pros and cons. While we are trying to curb leakages, we're also making it very difficult for taxpayers. So we're finding a middle ground, but in order to do that, I need to see concrete examples from the DOF. No? Not in this hearing, you can just submit it to us. We'll have another consultative meeting, but I want to learn what did you discover in the past that led you to tighten the cross-border doctrine. No? So, Asek, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As mentioned by my colleague, Attorney Mark, why we're not supporting the cross-border doctrine, it's because it created a lot of leakages. As mentioned by Attorney Mark, he gave an example of a fast food that actually caters to local domestic market. Basically, it's not for exportation. And by the principle of VAT, you provide this VAT exemption or zero-rated VAT if it's for exportation. If the consumption or sale is done domestically, then you should be subject to VAT. And that is the idea of the Department of Finance. Basically, we will provide you VAT zero rating in your local purchases if you are a registered export enterprise, and we added more. If you are a domestic market enterprise that qualifies, either you are a 15 billion above capital investment or your export sale is $100 million or above. So dinagdagan pa namin qualifiers because we in the department, we recognize the importance of export. In the computation of gross domestic product, export is positive while import is negative. So there's like positive economic benefit from exporting. And that's why we want to have this zero rating to be given to REEs and selected DNEs. I hope that clarifies some of the concerns.
Yeah, that's the answer that we got during the deliberation. I remember that. So on a later date, just submit to us concrete. For example, yung fast food na yan. Baka nag-export naman siya ng pares o hindi mo, di ba? Hindi mo. No, but just give us concrete examples. No? What have you discovered that led you to tighten it? No? And I admit, I do support to plug leakages. The leakages will not contribute to any positive growth or any productivity to our country. So I agree to plug leakages. But yun na nga, no, we have to balance when we tighten the rules and also taxpayer convenience because it's really cumbersome to them. No, I remember meeting PEZA locators in Cavite, and they were describing just to fulfill that directly and exclusively, they have to get certification, they have to get notarization, and every single bill they have to do it. No, so it's really cumbersome for them. No, lahat alam ko kuryente, what else? Kuryente, tubig, lahat may certification, lahat may notarization. So it increased costs. They have to hire people to do solely to justify their directly and exclusively, no. So, but I do agree that I do admit that plugs the leakages, but we need to balance it. Baka this might not be the most efficient way of plugging the leakage. No? The directly attributable might be a middle ground, but then again, we have to be very clear what is directly attributable, no? Because that's also another layer of determination. No? So, Dr. Villanueva, and then I think someone was raising their hands, and Dr. Yusek Resida.
Yes, I'd like to talk about the fast food. If you consume it inside Clark, it's not domestic consumption. You're in a separate customs territory. I remember even during the American times, you can eat food inside Clark so long as you don't bring it out. And siguro hindi naman malaking smuggling yung mag-order ka ng takeout at lalabas mo. Isn't that too trivial? We're talking about yung mga multi-million companies.
Pag Pogo po yung kumain, baka export yun. Baka yung mga po. Biro lang.
So,
sorry for...
So, they keep giving the example of the fast food, but these are not leakages because they are consumed inside Clark. So there was not, that's not domestic sale. That's a separate customs territory. So a lot of, and these are necessary support institutions for your exporters and all of this. Kaya dapat pagbigyan mo rin ito eh. So I don't see why it's so much fuss over that. Penalize the big ones for very trivial things.
That's why I mentioned earlier, baka I think we might be implementing a drastic solution, but the consequence there is the big ones or the legitimate ones are being hampered. No? I think we need to, but maybe the solution should be a different solution to that. No, so yeah, Yusek Resida, go ahead.
Sir, we welcome all the debate taking place here, and the DOF recognizes that there are general principles that can be followed in coming up with a good tax policy. You know, so and they can be calibrated naman. We don't have to follow very strict rules. No. We recognize that procedures need to be simplified, so we're willing to look into those things, and also we're also willing to make sure that whatever principles are supposed to be followed here, like maybe the cross-border principle, will be airtight. No? So we're willing to work with everybody here. Thank you.
So just to move forward, unless anyone has, yeah, Ma'am Agnes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We can go on debate the whole day, the whole night. That has been my profession. However, we also recognize the general principles, the doctrines, but since we are formulating a law, and eventually we will be coming up with the IRR, it would be best if we can have data-based conclusion, solution, and recommendation. I wanted to be very quiet because the example here is always the fast food. So I've been thinking, how many McDo, Jollibee are there in Clark? And how many are complaining from among our big locators with 4,000 workers, 3,000 workers, and they've been telling us that they are coming up now with an entire department just to look into every single centavo that is directly or indirectly attributable, even in the use of their shuttle buses. Which area should, what portion of the bus is directly attributable and what portion of the bus is not directly attributable. So, you know, we were thinking that baka naman nagrereklamo lang sobra. But when we went down and listened to our locators, medyo mahirap nga. And of course, they don't want, our foreign investors especially, would not want to be dealing with so many people, as we have emphasized. And if it will help, we are inviting everybody to come to Clark, and we will do presentations again directly from our locators. And the fast foods, we will serve you. So data, it should be supported by data, as Mr. Chair, you have pointed out. We're willing to work on the data. Thank you very much.
So just to move forward on this, no, this is a very contentious issue, and I agree with Chairperson Devanadera. We can go on debating, but that's why I remember clearly why the Senate agreed to this concept is because of the leakage. But let's revisit. I want to revisit this concept, and I'll request from the DOF, FIRB to submit to us concrete examples. No? What have they detected? How much was the leakage? What are the products being used? Admittedly, I also have information about this type of leakages, no? But mine is anecdotal, no? So I want to get official discoveries by the DOF, the FIRB, the BIR on this matter, so that we have really official information and data that leakages were indeed discovered in the area or in the IPAs, and they had to tweak the policy so that we can plug those leakages. So we'll wait for your submission on that. And then another question, and this was raised by our friends from Dole, Philippines, was the separation of the application for VAT refund. This is a concept that was floated to us by different stakeholders, no? Also other consultants, that in their observation, and I do commend BIR for being very aggressive in collection. Trabaho nila yan eh. And in fact, that's where we all have to rely, no, on them for our salaries and electricity expenses. And the philosophy of collecting is different from the philosophy of refunding, no? So there are proposals, and which we included in our bill, to give the application process, or the processing of the applications, to the DOF, no? In our proposal, it's the Revenue Operations group. It can be any other group. It can be a new group. It can be it really doesn't matter. But one thing I learned from Secretary Recto, former Senator Recto, is don't create so many offices. If you find an office, just lodge it there. No, that's one thing I learned from him when I worked with him for the last 6 years. No, 6 years. So we were looking at offices inside the DOF, and we found this Revenue Operations Group. I think it's Attorney Asuncion who's now the head of that. No.
No po, I am only a director there.
Director,
sir. Sorry.
okay.
Sir, we have a new undersecretary,
Okay.
Charlie
Okay.
Mendoza.
So, and since this office processes requests for tax exemption, we saw it that it's logical to lodge it under here. So, any opinion on that? No, conceptually it sounds logical, but of course the devil is in the details. How many people do you need? How you operationalize it? Do you have to conduct audit? Who will conduct audit? All of those things. But conceptually, no, I want to get the opinion of the DOF whether this is a sound and a logical proposal. No?
Sir, as mentioned earlier, sir, we are studying po yung impact on the technical and administrative aspect of this proposal, sir.
And then just submit to us your opinion on that. But in my opinion, and I think Dole's opinion, and actually a lot of, there are some other resource person who submitted us position papers, and they mentioned the same concept. No, so that's why we, after studying, we thought that this is a logical concept to once and for all solve the issue of delayed VAT refund. No?
Question lang. Sabi nyo, you said that you also looked at other position papers. Did they also mention an office within the DOF as the refund process?
In some of the position papers, basta outside of BIR. No? No. But di na nga, no? I know how Secretary Recto thinks. He doesn't want to create other layers in bureaucracy. No? That's why we were looking for an office that is already performing similar, or almost similar functions. No? So that's why we lodge it under there. And again, no, DIR, I commend them for being aggressive in collection, and that's their mandate. They're also measured there. That's why the philosophy and the mentality is different, and that's why to add confidence to our taxpayers, we took that process out and lodge it under the DOF. No? But again, we're open to your opinion. Please look at the merits of this proposal. Any more comments from the body? Any issues that you want to raise regarding Create More? Ma'am Peralta, go ahead.
Maybe one comment only, because listening to the comments about the issues on whether we have already done away with the theory of separate customs territory or the cross-border doctrine. Maybe as we do the deliberations over the Create More bill, it makes sense if we come up with a determination that we're continuing with it. Maybe there should be an express statement in the Create More bill to once and for all give guidance to everyone. So that I think the problem with Create was that you had something there with good intentions, but the interpretation in the implementation really varied. And so it makes sense po, I think, to have that express statement that for example, if we want to recognize economic zones as a separate customs territory, that we put that expressly in writing in the law, so that will affect all the regulators coming up with the implementing regulations. My concern lang ho kasi is that if there's no express statement, and then maybe after the effectivity of Create More, the revenue regulations will come up with something the same again. So it's and we're aware, Congress is aware of that interpretation by administrative agencies. Then by being silent, the law might be perceived as giving approval to that interpretation po. Yun.
The proposal of the special assistant is quite detailed, no? It looks like an IRR na nga. It's sobrang detailed, no? But I think that stemmed from what you mentioned, that it might be subject to interpretation, no? So, but we welcome suggestion. I think si Attorney Asnar also proposed a definition or a qualification for that directly attributable, and we welcome that as we go along to talk about this bill and enter into a technical working group. We'll collate all of those suggestions. Yeah, go ahead, Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to mention, so as I've heard earlier, that we're also looking at the tax refunds in general. Well, the period to act on the refund is one thing. The denial or approval is another thing. So perhaps that's why that's the reason why I mentioned earlier that perhaps we can look into when the granting of the refund really took several years. Should we give interest to the taxpayers also? I mean, just to be fair, because in terms of tax audits, remember it's 12% deficiency interest, and if it goes so several years, that's being imposed on the taxpayer. So how about just flipping the coin in terms of getting what they are entitled to, the taxpayers, I mean. So when they get their refund after 10 years, should there be really an interest because their funds were tied or their money was tied in the refund stage? So I hope it can be also looked into by the committee, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, we took note of that, adding interest to the refund if ever, for example, I heard from IATA or from the petroleum organization that some of them 5 to 10 years, no? So we'll look at that and study that carefully. Would like to ask NEDA. NEDA is here. Would like to ask NEDA their analysis of this proposal. Analysis. When I say analysis, how will this, from a macroeconomic point of view, how will this generate value added? How will this increase investments in our country? Have you also studied comparative analysis between other countries? To create more is an enhancement, more or less, no, or probably more. So have you? I want to look at the macroeconomic impact of this proposal.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For right now, Your Honor, what we have is our specific comments on the specific provisions on the VAT, on the Create More, which we will be submitting as well. But with respect to the impact, the macroeconomic impact, we will have to look at, again, the two bills, the House and the Senate version, because when we did an initial analysis back in 2023, but I think the provisions were already different yung current ngayon po. So in terms of the estimated revenue forgone. So yung estimated revenue forgone po, yung pwede namin paglaruan para ma-determine namin yung impact. So we will be coordinating with the DOF on kung meron sila yung mga estimated revenue forgone, and then we will have to put that in our analysis para makita yung macroeconomic impact.
I want to look at the macroeconomic impact of this proposal, particularly Create More, as well as its comparative analysis versus our ASEAN neighbors and beyond. We're already part of the objective is to make this competitive. No? I think we've heard that so many times that other investors are being lured by Vietnam, being lured by Malaysia, Thailand in particular also is quite aggressive. Are we at par with them in terms of incentives? I think it was demonstrated earlier, but from NEDA point of view, is this enough? No, that we put ourselves at par, or should we lower it down even some more? No, so I want to tap NEDA for that analysis. At the same time, cost benefit. No, we're giving away taxes in exchange for investors coming in, particularly in very critical sectors, in very critical areas, promoting innovation, promoting value-added products. I want to analyze also the cost-benefit analysis of this proposal, no? And also the overall investment regime of the country. So what is present, what is Create More, then we do a cost-benefit analysis. Do we have that right now? Do we have that analysis right now?
Right now, sir, wala pa po.
But you said you mentioned you have specific comments on certain provisions.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to discuss that? At least the most important comments.
Yes, sir, I can discuss. For instance, on the VAT refund reforms, I think we fully support the having a risk based classification for VAT refunds. Very interesting debate today. But of course, we think that there is a need to have to clarify this procedurally as discussed here. On the additional deduction for investment allowance for tourism industry, we support that, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. And then, but maybe I'll just focus also on the proposed FIRB's power, no, on so yung power to grant incentives to big ticket projects. I think that was granted to FIRB under the Create. This is consistent with the exercise of fiscal prudence and efficient use of resources, and the involvement of the FIRB in the grant of incentives ensures a balanced approach in the grant of incentives, Mr. Chair. So we think that clipping the powers of FIRB is not the direction that the Create originally intends to. We think that the expansion of the FIRB's function was pursued in the Create to improve the governance of fiscal incentives and institute transparency and accountability. So, so that's for now, Mr. Chair. But we will be providing you with a more detailed comments. Medyo marami sa iba't ibang sections, and we will submit that in time. Your Honor.
Thank you for that. Yes, please submit to us your position paper. A few more items, no, to DOF. Is there any revenue erosion fee provision in this bill?
Mr. Chair, maybe Attorney Mark can further add some more. So number one, in our in a version of the DOF for the enhanced deduction, we will be implementing a 20% CIT. So wala na yung 20 or 25. By default, if you get the enhanced deduction, you will get the 20% CIT. And then aside from that, yung sa enhanced deduction, there are additional deductions like the power cost, the training. So all in all, I think, Attorney Mark, if I'm not mistaken, that's around 5 billion from 2024 to 2028. And then, Attorney Mark, are there any other items?
That alone, the 20% CAT will the revenue erosion there is 5 billion.
Yes, that 20% plus some of the increase in enhanced deduction.
Okay, so total is 5 billion.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And then there are other items such as the zero rating for VAT and then the zero for import of capital. Attorney Mark, what's the revenue losses? So, Mr. Chair, we'll just submit the revenue implications of the DOF version. And then we can also provide a revenue implication of the Senate bill version.
Please submit to us. Well, obviously, we'll reconcile all of this, no? But submit to us a computation of the possible revenue losses on the proposed measure. I don't think it's that big because this intends to attract investors who are not yet here. No? Wala pa sila dito, so we don't lose anything. But I don't think it will be that big. Nevertheless, just to complete the analysis of the bill, please submit to us any revenue losses due to the proposal. And then earlier, the NEDA representative, si Director Ganapin mentioned about the role of FIRB. No? And there's also debate whether to continue, to let FIRB continue to approve investments or to let the IPAs, once again, no, in the old regime, they approve the investments on their own. Right now, there's a threshold. So there's now a talk inside. It's not in the bill, no, but there's a talk within the Senate to go back to the old regime, that allow the IPAs approve investments, and then FIRB is the policymaker, the monitoring entity, as well as enforcement entity of those policies. So any opinion on that matter? Yes, Yusek Reside.
Yes, sir. Earlier, I expressed my support for FIRB. And as was mentioned a while ago by my NEDA colleague, it was FIRB basically was instituted out of a desire to discipline the process. No? When CREATE was being crafted, part of it was also in response to the SIPP being very, very broad, and the DOF not having too much say in the crafting. No? So you have industrial policy, and then you have expenditures, tax expenditures, and tax incentives being used to promote that industrial policy. You know? So I think in the spirit of CREATE, I think the institution of the FIRB was just to marry the two, no? To have some vetting, some check and balance, no? Because the previous structure, without any DOF influence, was kind of did not internalize the potential impact on the tax base and on fiscal balances. No, so. That's the reason why FIRB was there. And the other nice thing about FIRB, because it's already operating at the moment, no? Apart from the fact that they internalized the need to compute and estimate economic benefits, no? Which was not done before, and also cost, no? Which was probably not also done before. No? was it's a nice gathering place for the economic managers to talk to one another and internalize each other's interests. No? So when the FIRB board talks to one another, the DOF is there, the NEDA is there, also the DTI is there. So the interests tend to be kind of balanced, no? And so in the interest of having all sides represented, whereas that wasn't the case before, no? The FIRB is a good institution, no? And probably if there are any issues about it, probably just refinement, because it's a new, young institution, and we would be open to looking at ways to strengthen the institution. So those are my thoughts, sir. Thank you.
Asek, you wanna?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we would like to reiterate that we want to maintain the power of the FIRB in granting of the incentives, because one, again, we have to take a look at the benefits, but at the same time, we have to take a look at the cost. And some of those costs include tax expenditure. And FIRB in there will have that macroeconomic, macro view of all of these benefits and costs. Now, given the 15 billion threshold, also, I think in terms of application, those that will go through the FIRB will be actually very limited right now because of that 15 billion threshold. Because if you're below the 15 billion threshold, then you can go to the IPAs already. And if you're above the 15 billion, then you go to the FIRB. But that's basically a very small universe right now. And apart from that, the DOF version, actually, in the DOF version, the FIRB, we are proposing that the FIRB can actually grant a better set of incentives. So if you're 15 billion above, and therefore you have to go through the FIRB for approval, the FIRB, given the DOF version, can actually provide you a better set of incentive than the IPAs. So, hence, our proposal is to maintain the powers of the FIRB.
Well, the FIRB can still maintain, if the crafting of the SIPP is with the FIRB. Who crafts, BOI is the one who crafts the SIPP. And then the SIPP is given to the FIRB as a guide. How is the SIPP, what role does the SIPP play inside FIRB?
Basically, Mr. Chair, the SIPP is the gatekeeper of all activities that may be entitled to incentives. It will be used by all IPAs to identify whether a project or activity is eligible for tax incentives. So those activities not listed in the SIPP will be automatically disapproved or denied tax incentives. So given the power of the BOI to craft the SIPP, they also have the power to interpret and provide all the conditions.
And right now, that SIPP is given to the IPAs for investment 15 billion and below. That's
no,
their guide?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but it's a guide for all projects regardless of investments. If the investments is more than 15 billion, the IPA will still process the applications and endorse it to the FIRB for approval. But if it's 15 billion and below, the IPA alone will approve the grant of tax incentives.
It should be within the SIPP framework. No?
Yes po, and including the guidelines, if there are conditions or qualifications, it must satisfy all those conditions.
And then the IPAs cannot go outside of the SIPP.
Yes po.
Tama. Okay. And then once for example, if an IPA 15 billion in threshold nga, no? If an IPA, let's say, grants more incentives or outside of the SIPP, what is the recourse for that?
Mr. Chair, our recourse is to inform the board if the FIRB Secretariat learns or were informed of any violation of the CREATE Act, we inform the board, and the board will usually issue a show cause order. And the show cause order will inform the IPA and the RBE of their violations. And then after hearing, the board may decide and issue a resolution if either canceling or suspending the activity.
The board has, FIRB has the power to cancel. For example, ngayon 15 billion threshold. No? For example, the project is 2 billion, but it's outside of SIPP or the incentives were beyond. Can that approved 2 billion projects be canceled by FIRB despite not being approved by FIRB?
The FIRB will inform the IPA to cancel.
So it's dadaan pa rin sa IPA
Yes,
and
Mr.
other.
Although, Mr. Chair, there are certain projects that can be granted incentives that are now outside the SIPP. These are projects that are outside the coverage of the CREATE incentives.
Okay. Like what are those?
For example, sir, renewable energy. Only the BOI process the incentives under the Renewable Energy Act.
So they can do that, no?
Yes.
But other than renewable, meron pa ba?
Maybe BOI can answer. Green Jobs Climate Change Commission.
Okay, okay, all right, okay. Now, because the other argument against that is bureaucracy. You have two layers. You have the IPA and then you have the FIRB. No? So, and that creates also uncertainty to the investors because apply ka sa IPA, but you don't know whether you'll be approved sa FIRB. No? So those are the feedbacks that I'm getting from investors and also the IPAs. No? So to eliminate uncertainty and also to streamline it, just go approve to the IPAs. But the policy comes from FIRB. No? That is a model that they're looking at. No? So the discipline is still there because the policy will come from FIRB. No?
Mr. Chair, while we recommend keeping the power of the FIRB to approve incentives, we also recognize the plight of the investors. So our initial act is to increase the threshold, and now under the DOF version of the Create More Bill, if an investment will be approved by the FIRB, they will be granted longer incentives.
But right now, per present setup, when the IPA approves 15 billion and below, there's no, FIRB has no overriding power to change, to cancel. There's no more, it's deemed approved already. No more changes in that approval.
It depends, Mr. Chair. If there is a violation of the CREATE Act, upon determination of the FIRB, the board may cancel or suspend the investment.
If there's no violation.
If there's no violation.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. Any feedback from the IPAs, or is that no? Because what I'm after, the point there is the certainty portion. Once the IPA approved, it should be approved and executed right away. That's what I want to determine. And because that's the 1 billion admittedly is very low. But that's what I want to achieve, certainty in terms of approvals. Any more?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Just to cite, Mr. Chair, our experience with the FIRB. So this is based on the number of active days that we submitted the application from the date of endorsement of PESA to the FIRB up to the signing. It's 222 days. I think this includes yung IRL, the information request list, and sometimes it takes two up to four IRLs between PESA and the FIRB. And the shortest processing time was 88 days. This was for Kyongshin, but this was due to the constant follow-up from PTIC in Korea and by the project proponent. And the longest processing time was 367 days, and this is for the project of Shinetsu. So we can submit that.
These are documented.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Those are the things we. But in the presentation earlier, parang maiksi parang 20.
I think, sir, yung period nag-stop once
That's within the IP. That's within FIRB.
When they sent to us the information request list. So pag pinadala sa amin, we send also to the applicant or to the RBA, and it takes time. So babalik, the period will again run if they receive the request, our answers to the IRL. Then pag meron naman, it stops. Pero if we will just compute the calendar days, the average is 222 days.
This presentation, I'll show it. Above 1B, 20 elevated projects were acted upon in an average of 12 to 27 working days by the FIRB.
I think, sir, yun nga po, it's because there's this information request list, and sometimes it takes up to 4 times. We receive IRL1, IRL2, IRL2. Then we ask, of course, for additional information the applicant. So it takes time po yung back and forth. So, but
just to be fair, but that's also the same when they apply to you directly, diba? Because you also have to ask the what's that?
Information request list.
But that's because it's the information's lacking.
Yes.
I would assume because they could not finish their analysis, tama ba? So they need information. But if even though that scenario is given to the IPA, to PESA in particularly, you also have those requests for information.
May mga requests for information po kasi sila, sir, na hindi namin hinihingi sa applicants. So very simplified yung information ni PESA. If they pass the cost-benefit analysis, that's okay. But may mga IRL sila, we can give you sample of it, sir.
Sige. Please document that and submit it to the committee.
Yes, sir.
From the time the investor sends a letter of intent or a trigger letter, whatever trigger letter, and from the time they get approved, I want to see the process.
Yes, Mr.
Based on
Chair.
your actual experience.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Any comments to that, Attorney
Mr. Chair.
Aure?
Just like to clarify because under the rules of the FIRB, the Secretariat has to conduct a cost-benefit analysis. And the start of the application, the running of the period, starts from the receipt of complete documents. For example, Mr. Chair, I would like to cite an example. We receive a financial information. So saying, for example, 100 million salaries expense. And that's only for 10 employees, including the drivers. Are we going to believe that each employee will receive 10 million per year? So we have to clarify. And in the process of clarifications, sometimes the IPA will have to request it or to clarify it from the business enterprise. So that takes a little bit longer. So whenever we submit, Mr. Chair, Director Bien also sits as a member of the technical committee of the FIRB. Whenever the Secretary submits information and if it's incomplete, the technical committee will always revert it to the Secretariat and revert it to the IPA. And I think Director Bien can attest to that.
Well, we would like to get some concrete examples, and we're soliciting from the IPA's concrete examples on the time frame, because what we want also is certainty, expediency, so that our investors, when they talk to the IPAs, they do the analysis and they approve it right away. They get up and running as soon as possible. No? So there's a talk here in the Senate about that, and we'll study it very carefully through your through the position papers and examples that you'll be sending to us. All right. Okay. Any more issues or topics that you want to raise? Just request from the DOF is the potential revenue losses of this create more proposal, and then we also need, if you can, projection of investments that will come in with this proposal. Of course, it's very difficult, but just simulate it. We might be asked about it. And dyan ba? Okay, dyan pala. I have a list. We'll have a technical working group as always. No? I think the OF knows that. But in order for us to complete our analysis, we need some documents. So those two, and then earlier I also requested for examples of illicit acts or leakages due to the cross-border doctrine. Your opinion regarding a separate entity to receive the applications for VAT refund and revenue impact. Okay na yan. And then from the NEDA, comparison of macroeconomic impact under the various versions of the bill, cost-benefit analysis under the various versions of the bill. I understand that FIRB is now conducting the cost-benefit. It's not NEDA anymore, no? But from a macro point of view, that's what I want to see. No? For example, when we attract more call centers, what macroeconomic impact will it generate? No? So a macro point of view, that's what we are after. And then we also requested from, it's either FIRB or for NEDA, a comparative analysis of incentives given by different Southeast Asian countries and beyond, if that's possible. Data on incentives, tax collection, tax incentives, net value added, and all other related data in generating the cost-benefit ratio. And we have a list, no? But we'll furnish you an official communication, but I'll dictate the most important ones. And then for the BIR, classification of low, medium, and high risk based on the criteria set forth in the EOPT, and data on general tax refund and enhanced VAT refund system, specifically on the amounts, to include processing time of applications. So I still have a list, but I'll send through an official communication to the different agencies. Ito lang muna yung the most important.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just a teeny-weeny point on FIRB. Since IPAs and the FIRB seem to be having the same function in the approval of investments, we're just putting in thresholds. Maybe we could also study in other countries the counterpart of FIRB, if there are. The other one is not just simplification, but also complementation, because as we hear you, there are a lot of data that nobody really studies. So when an agency that is in charge of policy necessarily will have these studies, and we should always be, I think we should always be coming up with policies, resolutions, ordinances, and IRRs on the basis of data and also not on the basis of exceptions. So these are just teeny-weeny. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure DOF is taking note of that, and we'll take note of that also. Yes, Yusek.
Ma'am, thank you very much. It's not teeny-weeny. We'll come up with numbers and figures. Thank you, sir.
All right. Any more issues that you want to raise in relation to create more? Yes, Ms. Lim.
Mr. Chair, well, we'd just like to reiterate some of the points we raised earlier, since it was also raised by a lot of the representatives here today. On VAT refund, Mr. Chair, we understand we are still going to study what unit is going to be able to handle them appropriately. But in any case, whichever unit it is, our humble request is to add in the safeguards in order to address the concerns raised by Dole and Attorney Baladad. Yes, on the VAT refund process, that sometimes they are asked to submit documents outside of what is in the list in law, and also informing them of a final decision without any chance to be able to rectify or reconsider their position. So the provisions for this are actually in the House bill version, and our recommendation is to adopt this in the Senate bill. Second one, Mr. Chair, is on FIRP. I think valid points have been raised both by the DOF and our IPA representatives. We just like to ensure that FIRB is able to add value as another board or as another layer of approval that the registered business enterprises have to go through if we are still retaining their powers to grant incentives. Our recommendation is not to remove FIRB, but to maintain their essential functions of policy making and monitoring, which to the point of that has been raised by a lot is very important also and essential in ensuring that the RBEs we have contribute to the macroeconomic growth and development that we are targeting, or that is our goal or objective here. So I think the question to ask really is, what is the value add of FIRB, aside from reviewing again the documents that have already been submitted to the IPAs before they granted the incentives to the RBEs? That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sorry, just two things. About the risk classification of the low, middle, high, I will wait to see the metrics, but I fear that my worry is that the amount is one of the criteria, and of course our amount is huge, so therefore we may be considered as a high risk. And then also the history with the compliance. As I said, we had 90% refund okay, but suddenly 3 years in a row, zero refund. Whether this is considered to be a non-compliance years, therefore we may be treated as a high-risk taxpayer. That's my worry at this point. Okay. And another thing is a totally different thing. After the BIL assessment is done, our documentations are automatically forwarded to COA core for their review. We submit the original accounting documentations, and then that are kept by core for some time. And then that make us difficult to work with on our Court of Tax Appeal process, because we need to submit the Court of Tax Appeals, the actual original documentations. So although we understand that core needs those documentations, my hope is that after the BIL decision, all the original documentations are returned to us, and then we make a certified copy and then submit to core.
Original is with COA right now? Oh.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And then they are saying that they will make a certified copy, but they will charge us like 5 pesos per page. and we have a lot of documents, and it will take some time for them to really process the certified copy. So, and then from the business perspective, the original documentation should already belong to the taxpayer. It should not be located there for outside the taxpayer for many months. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that feedback. We'll have a separate hearing on this issue. This is a very, very particular issue, and we've touched on it earlier, and then we had a broad overview of the situation with VAT refund, but we'll go deeper into that. I want to really look at the process one by one and see not only for Dole, but also for the other VAT refund issues, and even non-VAT refund issues. I'll look at that also. Yes, Attorney Asuncion.
Mr. Chair, we would just want to echo the issue that was raised by Dole on the keeping by COA of all the receipts, original receipts, and other documents relative to the claim for VAT refunds. The BIR has been able to discuss with COA on this matter, but there's no final say yet on their decision to basically repeal that rule. To repeal that rule, but that is the current rule right now. They're keeping the originals, which actually is a concern for the Revenue Operations Group of the DOF. We do not think that they should keep the originals because these original receipts are also being used by the taxpayer for other matters. And to ask the taxpayers to get certified true copies from them and pay 5 pesos for each of the document, it is very burdensome on the side of the taxpayer. Note that these are boxes of documents, and if it's 5 pesos per page, that would be very costly for them.
It's also dangerous that those documents are in the hands of government for a very, very long time. As we all know, sometimes government is bad in record keeping and organization. So, and these are original documents, meaning if they disappear, nothing now. We cannot go back to it anymore. So what's the remedy for that, Attorney Asuncion? What is the agreement and the remedy for that? Maybe it should be the other way around. The taxpayer should always keep the original documents.
Yes, sir.
They produce a certified true copy and then give it to government.
In the discussions of BIR and COA, sir, the proposal of the BIR is for, and it is the practice before, to just submit to COA the certified true copies of the receipts. That is coming from the taxpayers, sir. So they keep the originals.
And then what happened? How come now it's the other way around?
There was a rule that the auditor of BIR came up with. Their justification is they're keeping the receipts because these are disbursements of government monies. Like when you procure an item for government, you have to submit the receipts, right, to the accounting division of the department or government agency. They're saying that since this is a disbursement of government monies, they should keep the receipts.
Yeah, but that's not government money. That's taxpayers' money.
Actually, to us, that is the same reason that we're saying these are monies of the taxpayers that we should refund.
But this is a BIR ruling?
COA ruling, sir. A COA rule. They had an audit observation with the BIR, so they imposed the rule that all receipts should be presented and kept by the COA.
And you said earlier there's already an agreement between BIR and COA?
No concrete rule yet from COA, but that is the discussion now of BIR and COA.
Okay. I'll have a consultative meeting and also a hearing on this. Seems like we need a longer discussion for this issue, and we should also include COA on this matter. No? So, and again, no, this is not isolated to Dole, but also to other taxpayers who are claiming refunds on VAT or excise tax and other things. No? Yeah. All right. Yeah, on excise tax. So we'll have a separate hearing on that. No? Okay. All right. So if there are no more final words, thank you very much for your time. Please send us your position paper on or before May 16, and we'll be conducting a technical working group on Create More. So the sooner we can get your position paper, the better for us to analyze and process it. All right, so we'll inform you of the date of the technical working group. So thank you very much to everyone. This hearing is hereby suspended ba? Suspended ba tayo or adjourned? Suspended, no? Yes, hereby suspended.